The following is a presentation of the iRacing eSports Network.
Hi, I'm Tony D'Alberto, professional racing driver and judge at the Aussie Driver Search. I've been very lucky to make it to the top of Australian motorsport. I won the Super2 Series in 2007 and finished on the podium at Bathurst 1000 and have driven for some of the best race teams in Australia. But nothing has come easy, and as most of you know, motorsport relies heavily on money and support, and that's where Aussie Driver Search is playing a huge role in the future of this sport. For only a small amount of money, you can drive some of the best race cars in Australia, have a great experience on Australia's premier circuits, and have the opportunity to further your career. Our judges, including me, score you in a series of criteria like speed, car control, technique, mechanical sympathy, and various other areas. In the qualifying rounds, lap times are not recorded. It all comes down to how the judge assesses you during your time in the car. Show us that you can do the job and you'll have a great chance of progressing to the final. The cars that you'll drive are real race cars, from the V8 Utes, Toyota 86, right through to my old V8 Supercar and the awesome Audi R8 LMS GT3. They are the real deal. The cost is minimal. There are a number of different competitions that you can enter, starting at $750 right up to the Pro Comp at $4,000, where you'll drive the V8 Supercar, Toyota, V8 Ute, and be in the running to win the $600,000 Super 2 season. You'll experience some of Australia's best racetracks, from Sydney Motorsport Park to the Bend in South Australia and the world famous Phillip Island circuit. And the prizes are awesome, simply life-changing. So, how do you do it? Go to the Aussie Driver Search website for more details on how you can kickstart your racing career.
Really good initiative for young and upcoming drivers or even more mature drivers to get an opportunity in something they couldn't potentially fund, giving them an opportunity to jump in vehicles they may not have been able to previously.
Aussie Driver Search gives all ages a chance to drive their dream car or excel in their motorsport career. For me, it's driving my dream car, which is a supercar.
Yeah, hopefully I do make it in. I'd love to race in Super 2. Driving supercars has been a dream of mine ever since I was a young kid, so hopefully we can make it happen.
Assist to the front bumper, and he hits him again now. Ray Alfala into the outside wall.
Gonna pass nearly 3 cars down that front straightaway, and he's gonna get them all done with. What amazing!
Race lead to the inside goes Logan Cloudman is gonna touch in. Pit press sideways. What a save!
Look to the outside as Cronkite goes off. De Jong into second place.
Going for the switchback. Oh, pinpoint driving.
It's howling down to the inside.
Trying this contact though. Slide left to the racetrack. Chris Leonard drives it back down underneath, and he takes that second spot right back. Joker goes to Garrett Lowe.
Garrett Lowe should take victory with all that contact.
He's going to try and make the move around the upset the Parabolica. That's not going to work, but he's going to try and get the cut back here. Get the run out the Parabolica. That's beautifully done there. Makashibe, there's a little bit of door banging as well.
chair of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Will it be Tim Hogan? It's going to be Christopher DeMary at the line.
The most realistic online racing sim ever made. This is iRacing. Detailed laser scan tracks, fully dynamic real world cars, and over 50 series to choose from. 6 online world championships offering over $100,000 in annual prizes. This is the original eSport racing game. This is iRacing.
The following is a presentation of the iRacing eSports Network.
Today is a challenge like no other, a national competition ready to offer the opportunity of a lifetime for some of Australia's best sim racers to compete in some of the best race cars to be built by mankind on planet Earth. Let's find out who will be crowned winner of a competition with a prize worth up to $650,000 as we welcome you. Driver Search, Sim-to-Supercar Showdown, with all coverage today on SimSpeedTV, streaming live on the iRacing eSports Network. Good afternoon, everybody. Jonathan Simon on hand in the commentary booth, alongside Reese Gardner and Jake Burton for pre-race coverage. Reese, here we are. This is a very exciting competition. We repeated again in 2018, and boy, am I looking forward to the 3 races later today.
Absolutely. This is going to be one hell of a night here on the iRacing eSports Network. Fantastic competition, fantastic initiative, and we do have some of the best in Australia competing for the ultimate prize, a drive in a V8 supercar. How good is that?
Someone who's experienced all of this is Jake Burton, who, Jake, yourself, last year's competition was quite phenomenal for you, as we know. Talk about your experience then and how that's changed well, not just changed your life, but changed your thrill. Every day you wake up in the morning, you realize, hey, wait a second, I've been able to drive cars and drive machines that no man has ever done.
Yeah, that's it, Jonathan. How's it going, guys? Yeah, it's been an unreal year. I think, as someone who's raced for a very long time in go-karts and then sort of at the top level in sim racing as well, to have this opportunity this year to race at such a high level, thanks to the guys at Aussie Driver Search, has been unreal. And, for me, it was all summarised when I raced at Bathurst a few weeks ago. Door to door around Australia's greatest racetrack with Glenn Seaton. Pretty unreal experience. So I think it's a testament to what this program can do. Unfortunately, we're bringing it here tonight to the guys in the sim world.
Yeah, and Reese, we talk about the prizes on offer for the 2019 Aussie Driver Search as well. Here's a chance for these sim racing drivers to really compete and really go hard at it for those prizes next year, which are quite phenomenal when you think about them.
Yeah, certainly. Aussie Driver Search offering over $1 million worth of prizes for next year. Fully funded drives in a couple of Australia's top motor racing series. It's actually insane the kind of support that's been rallied around this competition and the opportunities that are being afforded to drivers who may not otherwise get that chance. That's the main goal of this competition because, as we all know, motor racing, it's a very difficult sport to get into for various reasons, mostly monetary, and obviously quite a few potential excellent drivers not offered the same opportunities that others have to get into this kind of competition, but Aussie Driver Search is definitely there to help, and 2019, it's going to be an absolutely massive one, and this event is part of the build-up to that.
Jake, did you build any important contacts throughout the year, people that you're still keeping in touch with from the motor racing world?
Of course, yeah. We've still got one round to go, which is huge, and, it's amazing what being in a national category sort of gives you outside of just the on-track stuff. The people you make friends with, the people you're associating with, every now and again, the contact list in my phone has become a lot more impressive this year. And yeah, I had the opportunity to race around Barbagallo during the Aussie Driver Search event here, and have Glenn Seaton sit next to me and critique my driving and tell me what I need to be doing better. So to have those caliber of guys in and around you for these kind of events and to help push you forward really speaks to sort of the level that national categories in Australia are at, and what you can expect when racing in one of those national categories.
Am I correct, Jake, in saying that the final will be on the 12th of December at Wakefield? Will you be there?
I'm not sure if I'll be there yet. I'm still deciding on whether or not I'm going to come over and go. But my last round for the year is going to be at Newcastle next weekend. But the Aussie Driver Search finale for this year, where someone will be given the opportunity to race a full season in Super 2 next year, which, just off topic, I think is absolutely insane. I think is unreal. And that will be at Wakefield Park, where we'll see the top drivers from each of the Aussie Driver Search qualifying rounds coming together to hit it off and see what they can do, along with our winner from tonight.
For sure. And Reese, of course, as well, we have a wide range of talent here tonight. Of course, we'll speak about them more as the race progresses, but the likes of the two Warren brothers. And what about Madison Down, who's out here racing today and competing? They are a driver who could really spark up a surprise. Well, I don't want to call it a surprise, but just really snatch a great opportunity from some of these other strong talents out there.
Yeah, certainly. We do have pro drivers in this particular event, drivers with previous motor racing experience, but the likes of Madison Down and the Warren brothers certainly could shake things up. Dane Warren, of course, just coming off the high of winning the VSR Showdown, which we both had the honor of presenting, Johnny. Warren, of course, winning that drive in a Formula 4 car, so perhaps he'll try and go one better here.
Yeah, exactly. And Jake, as well, you raced against the likes of the Warren brothers and all this and the other back at the PAX event anyway. Bring different personalities to yourself, of course, as well. Does personality matter in a competition like this? Do drivers need to be mentally strong, or is it just all about pace?
I think it's going to be a tough one tonight. I think, look, from the information I've seen prior to this event, I think Rogers is going to be the man to beat tonight. I think it's going to be very, very tough to beat him. He's incredibly motivated. Of course, he's come from a similar background in karting to me, and very similar to me in that he hasn't had the funds to take it to that next level. So he's incredibly motivated to make the most of this opportunity. But yeah, I think it'll definitely be a matter of patience tonight. We designed the point system to heavily punish mistakes. So if you bin it in one of the races, your night's done pretty much. You're not going to make it back because it's pretty much one point per place you gain. So it's going to be a really tough one for the guys. It's going to be about calculated risk, but also considering the other bonus points that you can get out of it as well. Winning every race isn't the most important thing.
And challenges race for these drivers. We know the point system, as Jake just said, is designed to punish these drivers if things go wrong. But what are the toughest challenges for these drivers that they're going to face here today?
Most likely the tracks. I mean, the event format tonight, which I don't believe we've gone into yet, is certainly quite the test of a driver's ability. We have 3 races tonight. They're all around 60 kilometers long each. The first is going to be the Mazda MX-5 at Phillip Island, a 15-lap race around Phillip Island in those cars. And the MX-5, it's not the paciest of machines, but the slipstream definitely comes into account around Phillip Island, and it certainly makes you push the very limits of what you can do. That MX-5 can corner much faster than you think it can. We've also got the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series trucks at Bathurst, an 8-lap race in stock cars, basically standing in for, I guess you could say, V8 Utes. Certainly a big challenge there. And then we finish with the final, the original iRacing V8 supercar, the 2012 spec Ford Falcon FG01 at the Belle Isle Street Circuit. That is certainly going to be the biggest challenge of the night. Belle Isle already one of the most challenging tracks on iRacing to throw a bunch of drivers into an older spec V8 supercar around there. It's going to be spicy.
I tell you what, Jake, I'm looking at this event format and I'm thinking Reese is right. I think that Belle Isle race is, as much as Bathurst is such an iconic racetrack and all the bumps and the undulation and the elevation change, Belle Isle, man, that's going to be tough, especially in the and what these drivers are racing in later today. I mean, the V8 supercar at Belle Isle, it's for example, that turn 1-2 complex. If you get the apex wrong, that V8 supercar is not going to be any friendly.
Yeah, that's for sure. We tried to structure the event after the Aussie Driver Search Pro Comp. So in the Pro Comp in the qualifying rounds, you have a go in one of the Toyota 86s, and that's basically your Mazda MX-5 in iRacing around Phillip Island, which is a track that I raced the 86 at this year. The driving style is actually remarkably similar, and hopefully the racing's just as good as well. Then, of course, we got that truck at Bathurst, which is meant to be your V8 Utes. Obviously, they're a fair bit quicker than the V8 Utes, but I think these talented sim racers should be able to look after it. And then, of course, we've got the old V8 at Belle Isle. The old V8 is the same generation of car as what the car in the Aussie Driver Search fleet is. So that's the reasoning for that one. And the reason we went to a street circuit actually was just a bit of my own personal input. The reason I've wanted to see a competitive race at Belle Isle all year, of course, but also one of the big shocks for me racing the 86s this year is street circuits. You don't really think about it when you see it on the calendar, but unless you're racing in an Aussie race cars, a Porsche Carrera Cup, a supercars, or something like that, a national level category, you don't go to a street circuit, really. So if you're just racing club level motorsport, you never really get that opportunity. So it's quite shocking, and I think it's, in a sense, the ultimate challenge for these drivers. And I think it'll mean the cream rises to the top.
So just to refresh everybody's mind on how this event all works and takes place, the event will be a sim competition, as we know, on iRacing. Of course, that's why we are on the iRacing eSports network. There'll be 35 entrants out there today, and 35 of those drivers have qualified using a pre-qualifying system, which we'll talk about in a little moment's time. They'll be joined with up to 5 pro drivers who they've already all competed, those pro drivers, in a national category, and that will make up a grid of 40 cars as well. And part of those pro drivers is Jake Burton, who you just heard speaking to us here live on SimSpeedTV and the iRacing eSports network. And the pre-qualifying system race that took place over November the 14th to 16th. It was just these past few days. Plenty of server sessions up. Drivers were lapping to the limit. It was 100% track usage. So the rubber out on the racetrack was maximum grip. It was basically, if you're quick, you'll be in the top 35. And that's what we saw later in the day. We got 35 of some brilliant names out here as I look at the list. The likes of the Warren brothers, like we said, and Postlethwaite as well, who qualified with the 4th quickest time. What about Jared Filsell from the 7th position? Very underrated driver, I think, Jared Filsell, Reese. He's someone who, along with the likes of Simon Feigl, Ross Rizzo, so many names. I can't stop looking at this list. There's just that much talent.
Yeah, certainly. We've got further down the field the likes of Steve Jansen, Josh Anderson as well. I believe actually he's not able to make the event, but Wolfgang Ripe, have a look at that. That is a big name to be there in the field. That's a fantastic catch for this competition to have Wolfgang here with us. Lee Ellis as well making an appearance. We got a few guys from various teams in this community, the likes of CMR Team, Zuva Racing, Trans-Tasman Racing, TTL Esports, Oceanic Sim Racing, Geodesic Racing as well, Blake Neck representing those guys. It's an incredibly good spread, and in my opinion, it's a great cross-section of the community. Quite a lot of variety here.
And after that, of course, as well, we have those 35 drivers, as Reese was talking about. The grid is determined already. Those races that will take place today on race day, Sunday, November the 18th. It will replicate the qualifying process, similar to the Aussie Driver Search competition. The winner of the event will be the driver after the 3 races today with the most points. The winner themselves will earn a place directly in the final of the 2018 Aussie Driver Search Pro competition at Wakefield Park Raceway on December the 12th. That is the event we were speaking about earlier. They'll have the chance to drive many race cars, including a real V8 supercar, an opportunity to compete, win the fully funded drive, the 2019 Dunlop Super2 Series. How good does that sound, Jake? It sounds like the opportunity of something that, you know what, I'm starting to regret that I'm in the commentary booth. I should have actually probably qualified for this event.
Yeah, it's definitely awesome. Obviously, you know, it's been a little bit handy that I happened to win the Aussie Driver Search competition last year because I had a bit of a chat with Kyle earlier in the year when I was testing in Sydney, as a matter of fact, and you know, we were talking about other markets to get into and promote Aussie Driver Search, and I said, the sim racers, man, like there's so much talent here, and a lot of the people that sim race, particularly in iRacing, they want to be racing real race cars, but the opportunity is just not there. That's why they're sim racing. So yeah, I think it's really, really great that Kyle and the Aussie Driver Search team have brought this commitment to the sim racing community, and I really hope we can put on a good show tonight, get the best guy out to that competition in December, and hopefully do it all again next year.
So that is pre-race coverage all over for race day of the Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown. Don't leave us. Race 1 action from Phillip Island will be coming up next.
Aussie Driver Search is giving away over $1 million in prizes for our 2019 program, including prizes for the top 10 place getters in every competition. This is your chance to make it in motorsport, no matter your background, budget or experience level. We're backing up our huge main prize this year with another full season in the 2020 Dunlop Super2 Series with reigning champions Matt Stone Racing. For the first time, a Bathurst 12-hour drive is up for grabs in our Audi R8 LMS as a part of the GT competition. If you're not ready to race Super 2 or the Bathurst 12-hour, there's racing budgets available so you can choose whatever racing is best for you. We're giving away a massive $100,000 racing budget to the winner of our amateur competition. Our rookie prize for 2019 is a $30,000 racing budget. To win a free entry, head to our website for details.
It's a really awesome experience for people to be able to come along, have a go at some really nice cars and get a feel for what it is like to race on a racetrack.
Aussie Driver Search is a really good competition for anyone, whether you're a professional driver or just off the street, to learn and drive a race car and to get an experience, if you win, to even have a full year in a competitive category at a national level.
For me, the Aussie Driver Search is about a great opportunity for young guys like me, or even more experienced guys to jump into cars that maybe they won't get the experience to drive otherwise. Obviously, there's the lure of the prize at the end, but yeah, it's a great opportunity to make it in motorsport when sometimes you otherwise wouldn't be able to.
Wow, what an amazing day! Such a great track. The staff are wonderful. I just can't top this day.
Once again, photo finish here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Will it be Tim Hogan? It's going to be Christopher DeMary at the line.
Aussie Driver Search is back, bigger and better in 2019. After a huge season, we're excited to gear up towards next year by opening up applications for 2019 on Sunday the 25th of November. Applications will be open for 7 days. This is your chance to get behind the wheel of real race cars on Australia's premier circuits to compete for life-changing opportunities in motor racing.
Aussie Driver Search is a great initiative. I know when I started in motorsport, there was nothing like this around, and actually legitimately gives people an opportunity to further their motorsport career.
As we all know, motorsport's very expensive these days, and to be able to have the opportunity at a very small fee to be able to achieve your goals and achieve your dreams, and particularly if you've got a lot of talent, and there's a lot of people around in Australia that have got a talent but don't have the funds to do it.
So Aussie Driver Search just provides such an amazing opportunity to be able to do that at a relatively low cost, and actually see if you're any good at it. It's such a fantastic thing that they do, because I struggle with money in motorsport, so to have the opportunity to potentially jump in the Dunlop Series next year is something that I could only ever dream of.
following is a presentation of the iRacing eSports Network.
It's race time. Race number 1 as we welcome you to Phillip Island, located just within a 2-hour drive south of Melbourne, Australia. It hosts race 1 of the Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown, with all coverage today on SimSpeedTV, streaming live on the iRacing eSports Network around the 4.4 kilometer, 2.7 mile anti-clockwise layout of Phillip Island. 12 turns out there on the racetrack, 7 of those to the left, 5 of those round to the right. And it will challenge these drivers today in the MX-5 for 15 laps of racing action, 28 meters of elevation change from the highest point of the circuit all the way to the lowest as well. High top speeds, especially as they travel along the Gardner Straight, all the way down to Dewan Corner, turn number 1. We are using the one and only Grand Prix layout here today from Phillip Island. And of course, as well, clear sunny skies out there today, 24-degree track temp, 18-degree ambient, perfect conditions around the coast for racing here today.
Yes,
Good
indeed.
afternoon, everybody. Jonathan Simon in the commentary booth alongside Reese Gardner, Jay Kennedy in production. Reese, we're just talking about the track there. You love tracks. You love Phillip Island. I've been here before. I love the fact that this track promotes a lot of overtaking, a lot of racing. Should be good in the MX-5.
Yeah, certainly should. You're already seeing drivers out there in the practice session right now testing the limits of the draft. I'm looking at Steve Jansen and Ethan Warren going side by side down the straight towards turn 1. This turn is just a goodness me, it's just a lift in the MX-5. They're barely even touching the brakes. Ethan Warren just going off into the grass slightly. That's the kind of racing we will expect to see in this event around here. And Phillip Island, it's only had one layout change during its entire over half a century of operation, and that's the turn that these guys are coming up to right now. Honda, the hairpin, it's been tightened and moved forward. They actually used to go straight on where these guys are turning in, and it used to be a much wider hairpin turn around by the lake, joining back up to the main circuit about here. But apart from that, the track's layout is exactly the same as it's always been, which is really awesome to see.
And the event today, of course, as well, we are currently in practice, so we'll have about 10 minutes more of practice here today. It's a very short practice session. Qualifying, of course, will be 20 minutes in length. That's what it's set to in server, of course, as well. Drivers will set as quick a lap time as possible. Then we have that 15-lap race, or 30 minutes, depending on which total we reach quicker. Of course, I'm pretty sure we'll reach the 15 laps a little bit quicker than that, of course. But again, today we talk about the overtaking spots here, Reese. Phillip Island, a very interesting circuit. To me, Dewan Corner is a very possible overtaking spot. But what about Honda Corner at turn 4? The tight right-handed hairpin, one of the slowest corners out there on the racetrack. And set the guy offline into the southern loop at turn 2. you can get all the way down to the Honda corner and gain some blistering time and make your way past the driver in front.
Yeah, you certainly can. This is one of those tracks where you have the option of taking about half a lap to set up a move. Of course, Honda corner, one of the best overtaking spots, particularly in the MX-5, which has anti-lock brakes, so you can really bury your foot through the firewall if you dare. But also Lukey Heights coming down into MG is a very good spot. The fast left-hander going over the crest of the hill and then plunging down into a right-hand hairpin. That is one of the prime overtaking spots on the circuit, and it's also one of the places where you can see the most controversial incidents. Drivers have the opportunity to hold one round the outside of the last two turns and possibly hold on to a position. Really, especially in a car like this, you can defend the whole way around the lap.
Is a corner with a track, with fast sweeping corners. It's combined with slow hairpins as well. The drive out of medium speed corners today, Reese, is quite critical. The likes of Doing corner, the Southern Loop. How about the final corner as well? You know, that's a full throttle left-hander. You want to get that run all the way onto the Gardner Straight. So traction in this MX-5 is critical, but then again, fixed setup doesn't help the case for some drivers who have to deal with what the car's presented to them.
Yeah, they certainly do. But then you've also got to consider the draft. If you get a poor run through that final turn, then you have the opportunity to gain a bit more down the front straight. And it's a bit longer than it initially seems, this front straight at Phillip Island. I'm still having a look at Ethan Warren out there on the racetrack. You see Steve Jansen just pulling up to him in the draft. It's possible to put a move down here into turn one in most cars because you got a brake in a lot of cars. But in the MX-5, it's either a slight tap of the brakes or a lift, depending on how confident you are. So it'll be difficult to put a move on there, I think. Coming into Southern Loop, though, that's another story.
Yeah, and look at these beautiful liveries out there. We can see Steve Jansen in the number 280 MX-5, of course, as well. Who's he trying to draft there? Oh, there's a car off the racetrack right in front. So hopefully something we don't see later on in the event today, of course, as well. But another thing I want to bring up about Phillip Island today is the heavy braking zones, Reese. Honda corner is one of them, but MG into turn 10. That's an overtaking spot to me. We spoke about it before, didn't we? I think if you get that run over Lukey Heights, you break downhill into turn 10. The thing I find is that a lot of drivers they don't consider that it's a downhill braking zone. They don't consider that gravity is not doing anything to help stop the car, and they end up running too deep, and then there's always contact that looms.
Yeah, that's certainly right. It's definitely one of those turns that, as I said, really brings out the controversy. You can see them going through there now, just pushing the absolute limits, and Steve Jansen actually pushing past those limits. A little bit of a swerve in the middle of the turn there, but it's flat out through the rest of the lap from there as the checkered flag flies in the practice session. We have a big field here tonight, and definitely looking forward to seeing what all of these guys can do. Practice session is over. We move now into qualifying. This is where the money is made.
To a 20-minute qualifying session coming up for the drivers. Very important grid position. Look at them scream out of the pit lane. Everybody's out there at the same time, of course, as well. They're all raring to go to set their lap times here early on. Now, here, of course, as well, what's critical, Reese, is the traffic. Look how many cars are out there on the racetrack. Draft is going to pay dividends for the drivers behind.
Yeah, certainly. You don't want to be the driver leading the front of the pack. In this case, it's Josh Nowak, so he's going to be worse off at the moment. But look at that train of MX-5s making their way out of the pits. At a track like this, you need to have a car in front of you to set a competitive lap time. If you don't, then you have to take your position for what it is. It's going to be bad. So making their way around the outlap now, Josh Nowak leading the train. Mitch McLeod right behind him. And Mitch McLeod is another one of those drivers that we encountered at the VSR Showdown. And unfortunately, did not make it into the final of the competition. He'll be hoping to get something out of this one, definitely.
Yeah, Mitch McLeod, a driver who we know was Well, it was a very controversial event, wasn't it, at PAX, of course, as well. Mitch McLeod from Echuca, Victoria, doesn't have to travel down to Melbourne this time out, the 31-year-old, but he's here today ready to begin a lap time, of course, as well, around this wonderful Phillip Island circuit. Talk us through the lap here, Reese. He's coming through turn 11, then the final corner as well. He's going to have the aid of slipstream, but he doesn't want to run into the driver in front there of Josh Nowak, and he doesn't want him to impede his lap time.
No, certainly not. So let's ride on board with Mitch McLeod for this attempt at a hot lap around Phillip Island. Big draft coming up behind Josh Nowak as they come down the front straight, just cresting over the hill, and then the downhill run comes to turn 1. Let's see if they brake for this one. Nowak's brake lights do not come on. Mitch McLeod, though, brushes the brakes slightly, little bit of a slide, and then hard on the brakes here for Southern Loop. This is almost a double apex corner. You need to run wide in the middle, get that late apex there to get a good run on the run up to Honda corner. Use as much of the curb as you dare. Big run behind Josh Nowak here, and McLeod, I think, might have to go for the move coming up to Honda. Just going flat out through Stoner, that left-hander, and then hard on the brakes for Honda. Keeping it nice and tight over the apex, running tight over the curb, and then out on the exit, coming up to Siberia. This is another one of those interesting turns. It has a few lines through it. It's a little bit faster than it looks. Just getting into the gravel slightly on the exit, and then coming through Hayshed up the back of the circuit. This is completely flat out in the MX-5, no problem, but you still want to use the curbs just slightly to keep the car balanced, and then hug the left-hand side coming up here through Lukey Heights. Don't run too wide on the exit because you've got to keep it to the left-hand side for MG. Very hard on the brakes is Mitch McLeod, and then hard on the throttle once again. Just managing the rear end through the second last turn, and then through the last turn completely flat. No real big adjustments required. Just avoid that curb because it might spit you off. And that is a lap of Phillip Island with Mitch McLeod for Talk Inc. in the number 40. Let's see what lap time he ends up doing. It's going to be a 45.85, but he goes fourth quickest at the moment. Madison Down is your current top person. 44.67. That's almost, that's over 2/10 ahead of Dane Warren in second.
Yeah, and Dane Warren was setting some great lap times in practice and throughout the pre-qualifiers as well. Both the Warren brothers were quick. Look at Madison down off the racetrack, of course, and he's going to have to abort that lap. So Madison pulls up to the racetrack, and a few of the other cars behind trying to follow suit as well. They'll be also trying to follow suit in terms of lap time. That 44.6, gosh, that's quick.
Yeah, certainly is, and it looks like the spread in the top 10. Well, there's a second separating the top 10. Is in the 208, Chris Coxhead in 6th place. That's a bit of a surprise. Coxhead, we've seen him in the V8 Supercar Online Premier Series. Of course, that series sponsored by VRS, as well as this one. We would like to thank Virtual Racing School for their support of this event, along with Aussie Driver Search. Chris Coxhead, he's done well in other series in the V8 Supercar, but I haven't seen much of him outside of it. He's actually doing very well for himself in the MX-5 here.
He's doing well, Chris Coxhead, isn't he? He comes through MG right now. Now let's see how quick this lap time will be. He's very slow through 11, so he's just trying to set himself up for a good lap right now, letting through some traffic. I don't think he's on a quick lap time anyway at the moment, so he's going to set himself up for a time as he lets past Ethan Warren in the number 59. Let's check out Ethan Warren and see whether or not he can also climb his way up the standings. P10 is not representative where Ethan Warren should be. Cross the line and improves there, so Warren up to 7th, but not enough. We've seen better from Ethan Warren, haven't we?
Yeah, we certainly have, especially at the VSR Showdown. He's pushing very hard to try and get as much lap time as he possibly can out of that MX-5. He's going to abandon that particular attempt, but it seems there's a few drivers that are a bit disappointed out of this. Looking at Chris Coxhead still as he makes his way out of Southern Loop up through Stoner, up to Honda. A lot of these turns I don't know about you, Johnny, but I get very confused with named turns quite a lot of the time.
Well, at least it's not VIR where there's like turn 10A and then 10B and then 10E and then you don't know what's going on. But here's Chris Coxhead through Siberia, turn 6, through the left-hander. I love the camber through this corner. It just helps ease the car on the exit. And Coxhead with the aid of some slipstream from Josh Nowak in front. It seems like Josh Nowak, every time we switch to him in qualifying now, he seems to be helping a driver in terms of a draft through Lukey Heights. And they rise above the hill here. It's a blind apex. And then here's the difficult braking zone into MG that we spoke about early on in our pre-qualifying coverage. Coxhead nails the apex. He seems to be reeling in Nowak in front. So we'll see if this lap time's any quick as well. Because Josh Nowak himself is currently in the P24 position. So maybe it might not be a quick lap time nevertheless. But here's Coxhead across the line, Reese. He's going to have a slipstream advantage here on the Gardner Straight. But is it enough to climb a few positions?
We will see presently. It's a 45.512. So that's not an improvement for Chris Coxhead. That's very unfortunate. And you know what? I think he might have lost some of that on the run up to that lap out of the last 2 turns. We did notice he was going slowly to let traffic by. But the thing is, once you're in that second last turn, you need to be going flat out to carry that momentum down the front straight. Something that drivers don't often think about in a car like this.
Yeah, Postlethwaite, though, is through Siberia. And he's currently scored in the last position. Glenn's a lot quicker than that. So he's probably just trying to find some clear track. He's had a lot of aborts to his lap time. So we'll keep one eye on Glenn Postlethwaite. And Josh Rogers is behind as well. Well, he was behind on a quick lap time. Rogers has just spun around here at the southern loop at turn 2. So we'll focus on Glenn Postlethwaite. Through Lukey Heights he goes now. This MX-5 is experiencing Reese, the MX-5, because this is something that we really only drive back in the rookie series for most iRacers.
Well, I've definitely given this thing quite a few runs outside of the rookie series. In fact, I was well out of rookies by the time this edition of the MX-5 came out. I cut my teeth in the 2015 spec MX-5. But this particular one, I think it's a fantastic update of the car. It's a lot of fun to drive. I'm not too shabby in it either, which is nice. Glenn Postlethwaite, though, 153.4. That is not a lap time that is representative of a hot lap. I think that might be an out lap for him. But this car, it's got a lot more grip than you initially think. The MX-5, one of those cars that, even as a road machine, is built for cornering, built for lightness, and as opposed to power, I suppose you could say. And in iRacing, especially around a circuit like this, you'd be amazed at the speeds you can take some of these turns, just how hard you can push this machine. There's so much mechanical grip to make use of.
And Glenn is on rails right now through this qualifying lap. It looks good visually. We'll see if it's any quick in terms of lap time, but as we know, of course, as well, they're going to try and dump some fuel, Reese, and try and get a little bit quicker. So that's why we see that Glenn Postlethwaite sort of double out lap, if you want to call it. And now he's on that blistering lap time right now. He was spot on through the apex of turn 1. Here he is through the middle sector. Hopefully going to win this lap quite strong.
Yeah, certainly. It's actually looking like a good lap from Glenn Postlethwaite. No draft to help him, which is unfortunate for him, but still a good lap nonetheless. That's an interesting line there through Lukey Heights, just kicking up a little bit of gravel on the exit. It's not staying as tight as some other drivers have, so interesting experimentation of lines there. We'll see how he goes, though, coming through these last couple of turns. He's got the all-star duo of Dane Warren and Thomas McMillan up ahead. A car stopped the exit of the last turn, but has escaped back to the garage. So let's see what Glenn Postlethwaite can do here. Will he be able to make his mark on this qualifying session? 45.7, that puts him up into P15.
The cutoff point for a top 10 position is a 45.5. And Postlethwaite is still a couple of tenths off of that. Of course, he's got an abundance of traffic up in front. Oh, he's not going to be any quick through the southern loop here as he tries to maneuver his way through the traffic as well. They're all just seemingly letting his way through, but that is not going to help him, of course, as well. That just distracts the driver more than anything.
Yeah, the Trans-Tasman Racing squad there, just trying to run out there as a group and fly in formation to set some quick lap times. Unfortunately, Lee Ellis getting the short end of the stick there at Southern Loop, but Luke Harvey, Jake Burton, Jared Filsell, and Madison Down all lapping together here in the last half of this session to try and get as much straight line speed as they possibly can.
So Glenn, who pulled off to the side of the racetrack, of course, no quick lap time for him after all that traffic was in the way. Madison Down, though, still leads the top of the timing screens ahead of Dane Warren, who's on that provisional front row. Jared Filsell and Jake Burton share the second row. Our own SimSpeedTV's Jake Burton after his excellent pre-race coverage here today. Of course, if you missed that, feel free to watch after the event. Of course, we had Jake Burton joining us, winner of last year's competition. Thomas McMillan rounds out the top 5, followed by Josh Rogers in the 6th position. We were following Chris Coxhead for most of qualifying. He's currently in 7th and has improved his lap time just by a touch. Blake Neck, Ethan Warren, and Luca Giacomin round out your top 10 here for today's event. Now, drivers outside that top 10, Reese, the likes of Zach Hanlon, Glenn Postlethwaite, like we said, Mitch McLeod, Thomas Hinz as well. Thomas is one that is very quick, but here's Zach Hanlon across the main straight. He's trying to, I don't know how much of a slipstream he has right now. Yeah, he's got a huge train in front.
Yeah, so 55.8 for that outlap from Zach Hanlon. So let's see how he can make use of this draft. Oh, very aggressive car behavior coming into Southern Loop, and I think he'll be drawing up on those guys a little quicker than he would have liked. Who's that in front of them there? That's Zach Best. Jared Filsell having trouble with Zach Best a bit there. Of course, Zach Best, another one of the pro drivers competing in this event. He's been competing in the Kumo Tires V8 Touring Car Series in real life. And unfortunately spoiling the Trans-Tasman party slightly. Almost going for a move there at Siberia.
This traffic is definitely not impetuous. They're right in the way of Zach Hanlon right now, so I don't think this will be a quick lap time for Zach, and unfortunately P14 is not the end of the world in terms of a starting spot, but
Best
definitely not going to aid him out. The drivers in front as well. Jake Burton's right in front of Hanlon. Then we have Best and Filsell. Filsell's all over the place and is off the racetrack too. Jared Filsell, that's the Jared I like to see on, he's exhilarating to watch. Here we see him out again in an MX-5. Still the same driver we remember him as.
Yeah, certainly. And Jared Filsell provides virtual racing school data packs for the MX-5. So he's definitely got the miles and the moves in this car. Zach Hanlon coming out across the line. This time he has got a train behind him. Jared Filsell and Jake Burton going side by side into turn 1. No improvement for Zach Hanlon. This is looking a little bit ugly. You'd almost think this wasn't a qualifying session. Hanlon!
Hanlon's up. Hanlon is off into the gravel. Luckily, this is sim racing. You'll be able to get back into the pit lane. Glenn Postlethwaite, he's currently through MG and looks to be setting a good lap time here. He's done the same thing he did before. He had 2 outlaps. Here's his rapid lap time that he's about to set, his hot lap. And through the final corner here, through turn 12, the final corner around this 4.4 kilometer circuit of Phillip Island, across the main stretch. He needs a quick lap time here with only 5 minutes remaining. Glenn Postlethwaite across the line, a 46.2. Not any quick compared to his previous lap time. Now, I'm just trying to think, track conditions shouldn't really be an issue because we started this track with the maximum amount of grip we could in this sim. And I guess as well, Glenn just needs to nail a lap and maybe needs a bit of a slipstream to help too.
Definitely slipstream is the deciding factor here, in my opinion. The racing line heating up slightly could also be an issue, as we've got Dane Warren on screen right now. He is currently on a flyer, but with no one in front of him. So we'll have to wait and see what happens there. He's got his teammate Thomas Hinz up ahead of him. We'll see if Hinzy provides Dane Warren with the draft that he needs. But Warren still trying to battle Madison down here. Warren just needs 2/10 to assume that position, that first position. As I've just noticed someone has gone into 8th. That's Mitch McLeod.
Great lap time from Mitch McLeod. It drops Luca Giacomin out of the top 10. Dane Warren's entered the pit lane. So for Dane Warren, that is he's done for the day. So Dane Warren there in P2. He was the quickest driver out of the pre-qualifying crew. Giacomin now heading through towards Honda corner. He's on a flying lap right now, Reese. Luca Giacomin behind the 784 of Ross Rizzo. And it seems that Ross Rizzo could hopefully carry him back into the top 10.
Yeah, we'll see what happens there. Of course, Luca Giacomin and Ross Rizzo, another two sim racers who met each other in real life at PAX a couple of weeks ago. So they're meeting up with each other on the virtual track once again. Have a look at the run that Giacomin has up here through Hayshed. Rizzo actually going for the later apex through there, and Giacomin, he's backing off. That's interesting. He's actually letting Blake Neck by. So we'll keep an eye on Ross Rizzo as he comes to the end of this lap. Ross Rizzo, a driver for Trick Sim Sports, another one of the many teams in Australian sim racing that are seeing participation today.
This is a curious situation for Luca Giacomin. I think he should be able to squeeze in a lap time for sure. There's about 2 minutes remaining, so Luca will come across the line, and this will have to be his final flying lap, and it'll be the last chance he has to improve his lap time. He normally sets 3-lap runs. This was his second lap, so I'm assuming he will, unless any trouble occurs up in front, he should be able to complete this lap ahead. So we know Madison Down currently leads the field as way. Josh Rogers has improved to the 3rd position. So Rogers has climbed into the 2nd row alongside Jared Philsell. That demoted Britton and McMillan down to 5th and 6th, of course, as well. Mitch McLeod, we saw with a late lap time. He's in the pit lane. He will not improve his lap time, along with Ethan Warren. Ethan Warren qualified 3rd over the 3-day pre-qualifying period. But here we go, Reese. The likes of Luca Giacomin right now through Honda corner. He's got a chance to promote his grid slot.
He certainly has, and he's got Blake Neck offering him a draft as well. Blake Neck, of course, and the draft of Ross Rizzo as well. So Giacomin getting a double draft. Scotty McQueen looming behind them, might want to get in on this as well. They're just making their way past Cameron Dance for TTL eSports, who is also competing today. Let's see how they go over this last bit of the lap. We got 50 seconds left on the clock in the session. Ross Rizzo pushing very hard through Lukey Heights, perhaps a bit too hard, a little bit of oversteer, and Blake Neck really drawing up on him here. So it's going to be a very nice draft for the guys behind Ross Rizzo at the end of this one. Oh, and Rizzo going straight into the pits as well. So Blake Neck with no draft down the front straight for this lap. Luca Giacomin, on the other hand, will have a semblance of one.
So Neck now, yep, he's trying to take the shortest run to the line. Neck across the line does not improve. So for Blake Neck, P9 will be the best. Same for Luca Giacomin, a 45.7, not enough to improve over his 45.5. Zach Hanlon was on a flying lap but is pulled off, and that is his session done and dusted. We have a few TTL eSports drivers up in front, the likes of Josh Rogers, very quick as well. But how about Maloney? Jake Maloney now through Siberia he goes. Another TTL eSports driver, and that number 29. Only in P27, Reese, and certainly room for potential here for Jake Maloney.
Yeah, certainly is. He's got Madison Down bearing down on him in the final bit of this lap. Unfortunately, Maloney just not able to get the lap time that he would feel he deserves. Does have a slight bit of a draft from Jared Philsell, but I feel like Madison Down will be a bit frustrated behind him there. So these are the final lap times that will be registered in this session before we move through to the 15-lap race. Jared Philsell will come across the line. Madison Down with the draft going side by side with Jake Maloney. Lap times It's going to be a 45.5 for Jake Maloney. He rockets up to position 11. Good run there.
Whoa, what a lap time from Jake Maloney. And at the last minute, gets ahead of Luca Giacomin, who were watching throughout the qualifying session. Still waiting for a few other drivers across the line, but I think that's pretty much it. Every other driver, qualifying session is pretty much done and dusted. Any driver out there on the racetrack is just obviously setting some consolation laps for themselves and some cool down laps, but that is it. And Reese, what a qualifying session we have, but it is Madison Down who will start from pole.
Yep, certainly. The official qualifying results should be up on screen for you right now. Madison Down on pole with Dane Warren in second. Josh Rogers in third with Jared Filsell in fourth. Jake Burton makes it a Trans-Tasman Racing 1-3-5. Thomas McMillan in sixth with Chris Coxhead in seventh. McLeod up to eighth. Nick Warren rounding out the top 10 there.
So that is your top 10 for the race coming up in just a few moments' time. Before we switch to the session, Reese, we'll have a look at the grid in a little later on, before the race begins. But talk about the run to turn one here into Doohan Corner. It's a bit of not the longest run into turn one that you'll see in the motorsport universe, but it is a challenging one. And it's optimistic for some of the drivers back there in the fifth or sixth row. They could certainly progress their way up through the field.
Yeah, they certainly could. I mean, a lot of racetracks, their opening turn is slow. You know, it may be a chicane or a hairpin or something like that. But at Phillip Island, you don't get a slow corner until you get all the way around to turn 4 at Honda. So the drivers will have to sort themselves out through those opening sweeping turns. Definitely potential for some high-speed incidents as we are now into the race session and the drivers are getting ready to go.
They're certainly getting ready to go. Madison Down will start the race from pole position alongside Dane Warren. What a quick lap time it was from Josh Rogers in the third position. How about Jared Filsell in fourth? What will he do from that second row all the way to Jake Burton in fifth, who heads that third row along with Thomas McMillan. Chris Coxhead and Mitch McLeod had a positive qualifying session. They'll start in 7th and 8th. Blake Neck, 9th. Then Ethan Warren rounds out the top 10. Ethan Warren was a lot quicker in your pre-qualifying events. So look out for him come race time. Will he be able to promote himself up the order? As Reese discussed, the challenging run to turn number 1 here.
Rebs rising.
Here we go for 15 laps of racing action from Phillip Island. You go green for race 1.
Excellent stuff there. Puffs of smoke from every driver in the field. And have a look at Dane Warren. He got actually a really good start. Have a look at Jared Filsell, though. He got a mega start. He's already on the back of Down coming into turn 1. Warren's stuck on the outside, but he'll have the inside for the Southern Loop. As the field sorts themselves out, we've got a couple of cars off. Oh, who is that? That's Luke Harvey. Oh, that's a big incident there in the back. Oh, Ross Rizzo involved in that. A couple of CMR machines too. Craig Jones and Thomas Hins, Stephen Varga and Simon Black. My goodness, that was a big crash.
So Harvey had nowhere to go. It seemed like he was sandwiched in the background and now has terminal damage. So we could be saying goodbye to Luke Harvey for race 1, but back in front of the lead. It looks like Jared Filsell heads the field ahead of Dane Warren. What a rapid start from Jared Filsell. Dane Warren now in the second position. Madison Downs being passed here by Thomas McMillan. Don't forget, McMillan started from the third row. He now could be in to P3 itself, so 3 positions gained, but look at the blistering getaway from Madison Down on the exit of Siberia. And what about Josh Rogers, who's had a poor start so far? Now hits the back here of Thomas McMillan, but have a look at them into MG, Reese. This could be awfully close in the braking zone.
They certainly could. McMillan had a really good run there through the second half of the lap, and the field is really getting bunched up at MG behind them. Looks like very close racing, but no more physical contact from what we can see. Jared Filsell under big pressure from Dane Warren, actually getting passed out of the last turn at the end of lap 1. It's a drag race coming down to Doohan Corner.
At the end of the first lap, it looks like Dane Warren leads the field away, but Filsell has the inside line. Madison Down is just hunting the prey up in front as well. Josh Rogers, though. Oh, Josh Rogers runs wide here into Doohan Corner. He needs to gather himself for the southern loop into turn 2 right now. And Josh Rogers does do that indeed. So good work by Josh Rogers. But have a look at Jake Burton here. Jake Burton looks quick at the start, Reese. He's now up the inside of McMillan. Burton, don't forget, started this race from the 5th position, so he's already lost a few spots.
Yeah, Jake Burton not having the best run in these first couple of laps. McMillan guarding the middle of the racetrack. And a little bit of a tap. Bit of a whack there from Jake Burton coming into Honda Corner. Of course, that's left the door wide open for Ethan Warren, who's making his way past Jake here into Siberia. Can Burton do the over-under? He's going to give it a red-hot go.
Oh, it's so close between them all. It looked like Mitch McLeod, by the way, into Honda Corner that may have ran into the rear end of Jake Burton. And Jake Burton's MX-5 looks, well, not just damaged, but it's ruined after that incident. Have a look at Madison Down for the lead, though, here. Great entry by Phil Sell into MG. There's so much confidence from Jared Philsell as well. We have drivers around behind.
Yeah, Cam Dance, unfortunately, in trouble. Scotty McQueen having to give way to 2 TTR machines. That's Lee Ellis and Sean Kelly. And Cameron Dance with issues. He's just managed to get going in front of Jacob Wallmeyer and the drivers that were recovering from that Turn 1 incident. Have a look up the front, though. Madison Down getting bump drafted past Jared Philsell. And Philsell's going to go all the way back down to 4th on the run up to Turn 1. He's going to have to yield here. It's very close up at the front between Madison Down and Dane Warren. Warren's just trying to find a way past. They've got to be very careful on brakes here. The MX-5 has very powerful brakes and ABS, so it's very difficult to coordinate your braking with someone else. Another bump draft coming out of the southern loop. Dane Warren is showing Madison that he means business, and Rogers now coming up to the inside line, coming up to Honda Corner. He's going to try the outbraking game. Little bit of contact almost. No. Just leaving enough room between them all, these drivers. This is fantastic racing right now.
It's pinpoint driving between Rogers and Warren. I thought they would have made contact through Honda Corner, but somehow there was hardly a door scratched. And there they head away through Siberia, all clean. But then again, Madison Down untouched. But how will Jared Philsell fight his way through this field race? This is something where he needs to keep his composure. It's a long race here today. We're only in the early laps, lap 3 of 15.
Yeah, it's all about the timing of that final slipstream. Oh, goodness me, Thomas McMillan. Bit too wide out of Lukey Heights, nearly sent himself around. There's a car going wide in MG in the background. That's Glenn Postlethwaite. He is not having a good run on this particular lap, but for Philsell, priority number 1 is to time that draft well. You don't want to be in front coming out of the last turn on the last lap, because see Madison Down here. Rogers just rocketing by with a bit of help from Warren. Are they going to go 3 wide? No. Good stuff, guys. Keep it nice and sensible in this early stage, the first third of the race. Dane Warren maintaining second once again, but this time it is Josh Rogers in the lead for this one.
So your top 7 separated right now by 1.1 seconds. How about that for a race here on lap 4 of 15? We have Brady Myers off the racetrack right behind as well. So Myers and that TTL eSports car has had some trouble. Now I did see Cam Dance as well had a huge incident earlier on while we're watching the battle for the lead.
Oh, contact for the lead.
Oh, look at the lead right now. So Warren and Rogers, oh, so close between the two, but it seems that they stay pointing straight on the racetrack right now. Have a look at Thomas McMillan around the outside, because look at Jake Burton in that damaged MX-5. He now finds his way into the top 5.
Yes, indeed. Things getting a bit leery between Dane Warren and Josh Rogers. Tiny bit of a tap. Madison Down now pressuring Dane Warren. Josh Rogers has a bit of a gap, but he will quickly lose that. Have a look at Thomas McMillan racing hard against Jake Burton and the likes of Ethan Warren, who's stuck on the outside, coming through Lukey Heights, leaving him open to an attack from Mitch McLeod. Oh, McMillan! That's a big tap there on Jared Philsell. I think a sight more than a tap, and Burton really pushing him wide there. McMillan is not having a good time at the moment. He's will have to keep his distance, I think, from other drivers a bit.
Look at the extracurricular activity through the final corner. Oh, that could have ended into the wall there, possibly, for the likes of Thomas McMillan. Look at the bump drafting here across the main stretch. And while this is all happening, the battle for the lead continues. So we're watching both battles here at the moment. McLeod's in a sandwich. Rogers possibly passed around the outside for the lead, but how will he go through the southern loop? Dane Warren searching for P1, but the experience of Josh Rogers is just not enough. He'll slot himself into P2. That's actually a smart move from Josh Rogers because he gets to switch back here into Stoner Corner.
He certainly does, but he will be on the outside for Honda. And this is a similar circumstance to when I flicked back to them on the previous lap. Rogers immediately going to the middle of the road and then quite defensive. Madison down, trying his hand around the outside. Rogers holding the lead here. Oh, and that's a bad exit from Dane Warren. Oh, no! Oh, McLeod! Goodness me! Mitch McLeod and Jake Burton both off into the tyre barriers. What on earth happened there? They just came together on the exit.
So something we'll have to look at in the replay for sure, but it looked like Jake Burton through Honda corner. It's through the exit. It seemed like Burton, that's a difficult one to judge, Reese, between the two.
McLeod just got a bad run, I think, and unfortunately was sent sliding with that little bit of contact. And they unfortunately both ending up in the wall there, so I think that's both of their nights effectively over.
Yeah, so the leaders, though, head their way through the final corner right now, and Burton already had some damage, but it was pretty quick. That banged up MX-5. Here are the leaders across the main stretch yet another time here, and this will begin lap 6 of 15. Look at Josh Rogers. He says, I don't think it's going to work this time, Josh, as Warren helps Madison down around the outside. Oh, it's too close between the both of them. Oh, goodness gracious. How do they make that work? That's impossible. And then somehow they managed.
Well, I think they've just shown that it is indeed possible. Now, Thomas McMillan is starting to draw up to the back of this top 4 pack, so this could get very spicy in the next few corners. Madison Down is going to have to leave the door open here for Josh Rogers to go up the inside. Will Dane Warren be able to follow him through? He's going to give it a red-hot go. Look at that apex speed from Dane Warren, almost getting into the back of Rogers, but Madison Down, once again, with that better exit. These guys are basically tiptoeing around each other at this stage.
Phil Sell behind. He's keeping poised. He's looking for a move, possibly to Lukey Heights. Let's just have a watch all 4 of them through Lukey Heights and see if anything goes wrong. Hopefully not.
Rogers struggling a bit with the rear end on entry, but you kind of want that in the MX-5 just to get the car pointed. Madison Down defensive once again. And they're really playing the defensive game hard at this stage, which may pay off for them later. Then again, once they get to the front straight, the driver behind with the draft is going to really draw up to the back of you. So the story goes, as it always has, Dane Warren and Madison Down past Rogers before turn 1, nose to tail. Warren just lifting slightly, give Madison Down a bit of a gap. They fall into line once again. This top 5 pack very close now. McMillan right on the back of these guys, but have a look at the pack behind them. 7th, 8th, 9th, and 10th. Or 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, I should say. Neck, Warren, Coxhead, and Maloney. These guys fighting their own battle. And if they can work together, they can bring themselves up to the front of that pack.
And shout out to Zach Best, who heads the peloton. He started in 25th. Is now into P10, but here's a change for the lead. Dane Warren into the first position. Possibly. Looks like Madison Down had a shot there into Siberia, but will form up on the exit here, right in front of Josh Rogers and Jared Filsell. Now, Thomas McMillan, Reese, how about him? He's in the 5th position. How would you approach this situation as a driver right now? Because it seems like McMillan I'm just keeping an eye on him in the background. He's sliding a lot more than the drivers in front, but the only reason he's staying in the battle is just because they keep slicing and dicing for position and they keep losing time.
That's it. McMillan, I think, just needs to tone it down a little bit, maintain a bit more of that corner grip. Oh, something happened to Madison. Not quite sure what happened there, but now Dane Warren has managed to break free of these guys. That's bizarre. I'm going to rewind just briefly, see what happened to Madison. Looks like he just got a really bad exit. Maybe he missed a gear. Yeah, he missed a gear.
Yeah, it did seem that way, didn't it? It's really easy to do in these MX-5s. Now Madison down across the main stretch. Well, he's not going to have to make his move into P2. They're going to have to all work together now to catch Dane Warren, who's been left alone in the first position. Look at the inside, though, and Jared Filsell now into third. Thomas McMillan in fifth. But look who's joining the prey. Blake Neck and Ethan Warren up close as well. How about Chris Coxhead possibly? He's only a couple seconds down the road along with Jake Maloney.
Yeah, these guys working together right now to try and get onto the back of that pack. It's basically oval racing with brakes and right-hand turns at the moment in the MX-5s around Phillip Island. I absolutely love this. It's fantastic. But if you're in the position of someone like McMillan, who is currently side-by-side with his teammate, Ethan Warren, you want to hold back, I think, because the top guys will be slicing and dicing, yes, but you can't go for the move too early. You have to wait until the last possible moment, because you do it too early, then they'll just get you right back on these long, flat-out sections.
Exactly right.
Case in point, Dane Warren now under big pressure.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's a game of chess, isn't it, overtaking? You're going to play your moves when you need to. I'm not any good at chess. Why am I talking about chess? I don't know what I'm talking about. But we'll figure it out somehow. We'll see who's overtaking later on. Dane Warren now. Now, Dane Warren's a driver, Reese, who races for All-Star Motorsport. He's only 19 years of age. And someone who we saw at PAX Melbourne just a few weeks ago now. He's a driver who
this could get weird.
Has a lot of potential for the future, and it's very weird for the young man right now. Are we going to see some four-wide action here across the main stretch?
Oh, they're very close. Just touching slightly. There's contact. Oh, goodness me. That could have ended very badly, but oh, goodness me. Rogers off. He's going to lose a couple of positions out of this. Needs to get back onto the track nice and easy. He manages to do so without implicating anybody else, but yeah, a little bit of contact on the run up to turn one between Warren and Rogers. That is going to be a bit controversial, I think. Warren now under pressure from Filsell.
This is important because Madison down now into the fifth position. That's the lowest I've seen Madison this race. Into the braking zone into turn four. Deep is Madison down, and some contact as well. It looked like Ethan Warren may have made contact with Thomas McMillan. But how about the battle for the lead? Dane Warren still in P1. Through Siberia, the crew goes. Oh, where's the peloton? We just need them to get into the crew.
Yeah, certainly. Currently, all the way back. Goodness me.
I think
this train is stretching back to P9. That's insane. It's just 9 cars here. Or 8. I can't count, Jonathan. There's 9 cars.
All 9 cars. Oh, there's some contact as well here. The 208 there of Chris Coxhead receiving a bit of a ramming behind by Ethan Warren. But each of these drivers in the top 9 started as low as P11, and that was Jake Maloney. He's currently in 9th.
Yeah.
In the 10th position, climbed his way all the way through the field from P25. So this top 9 here, they're all quick in terms of qualifying lap time, of course, too.
Yeah, they certainly are, and I think it really speaks to the consistency of a lot of these guys that they've been able to maintain this position throughout these laps. We're currently on lap 10 of 15. When we cross the line next, it will be 5 to go. Rogers using all of the curb in turn 1. He assumes the lead once again, but this top 9 train, I feel like if things get hairy enough on the last lap, any one of these guys is in with a chance of winning this particular round. Oh, we got Zach Best off at turn 2.
Oh,
just
goodness.
Southern Loop.
So Zach Best.
Just caught wide on the marbles.
So Zach Best, unfortunately, only lost a couple of positions. So Still having a promising race, nevertheless, as we see Chris Coxhead. Looks like some pretty bad damage for Chris Coxhead, at least from the rear end, of course, too. And Chris Coxhead might have terminal damage. You're right. So something's gone wrong for Coxhead here.
Bit of left hand down.
So where is this happening? Possibly a Honda corner, I believe.
Yeah, and he is really struggling to maintain control of that thing. Just getting a replay of this one. We'll see what's happened. Looks like it... he got pinballed around a little bit, hit by Maloney, and then got sent into Ethan Warren. So, unfortunately, I think that's wrecked his rear suspension.
More contact at MG between Chris Coxhead and Ethan Warren. It looks like Warren may also have some bad damage to his MX-5. And certainly not what you want to see here for these drivers so late in the race here. Lap 10 of 15. But the race continues. Jared Filsell bump drafted here by Dane Warren into the lead. Gosh, he's going so quick, up to 208 kilometers an hour. Almost can't keep it together through the first corner. Look at Josh Rogers. What a save from the young man.
That's crazy. I love how he's able to maintain control over the curb there. That car was full on sideways through turn 1, and he's still managing to get himself in here. Number 77, Madison down now, right in the thick of it. Look at this bump drafting train coming up to Honda corner. It's going to be Dane Warren going for the lead here now. 2 by 2 they come.
They would have seen the field spread out, and they would have known that damage would be imminent if they do get things wrong. Rogers was so close to Warren. You don't want to bend that suspension or the steering arm. You want to finish this race quite cleanly right now. Zach Best looks like he's climbing down the timing screen. Something's gone wrong for Zach Best. He's off the track and out of the event as well. Phil Sell now over Lukey Heights, receiving more of a bump draft from Jared Phil Sell. Is Dane Warren just playing this race to perfection, Reese, right now? Is he saying, hey, Phil Sell, you lead these laps for the moment. I'll come swing past you on the final lap?
Absolutely, and that's exactly what I've been alluding to from the moment we went live for this race. Dane Warren is playing the long game here. It's not about getting positions earlier on in the race. It's about being there to take that position at the end. And you see here, Warren, he's going to try and go for the lead here, but watch. In the next couple of laps, he'll be passed again, and then he'll stay behind and try and take that move at the finish. Have a look at Rogers all the way across the track, going for the move here on Jared Filsell coming into turn 1. We've got 2 All-Star cars, 2 Trans-Tasman cars, and 1 TTL eSports car here. So 3 of the best teams in Australia and New Zealand iRacing right now. Have a look at this. Dane Warren, he's going to get passed here by Rogers, I dare say. Rogers got a good run. I don't know if Warren will defend this. It'd probably be in his best interest not to.
Oh, will they get argy-bargy through Honda corner? Plenty of respect given between the two here as Rogers now heads his way into the lead.
Warren
but
missed a gear.
He's such a poor exit, I was about to say. And now he's going to be passed by all 3 drivers into Siberia as Madison down. Now in a drag race with Dane Warren across this back stretch. It's a back stretch from, if you've ever been to the commentary booth at Phillip Island, Reese, somewhere I've been before, you can't see this part of the racetrack from the commentary booth, so you don't see him from Siberia all the way up to here into Lukey Heights. They reappear. So you don't know if any overtaking moves have been done. It's quite thrilling, to be honest with you. And they head into MG right now. And it looks like Warren, with that side-by-side battle with Madison down, is finally over about 4 or 5 corners later.
Bad exit. So Dane Warren up ahead now of these guys and behind Rogers. Yeah, that's a very good point you make there, Jonathan. We can see an awful lot more thanks to the power of sim racing. We're able to keep track of these guys all the way around from the comfort of our own homes. But Josh Rogers now in the lead, and he's got 2 bump drafting duos behind him. We'll see what they can do as we now have 3 laps to go here.
3 more trips around Phillip Island, and race 1 will conclude here with the Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown 2018. Joshua Rogers climb out on top for race 1. What about Dane Warren? Madison Downs look quick, but Jared Filsell and Thomas McMillan are close behind, of course, too. Here's Dane Warren diving to the inside of Honda corner, but Josh Rogers, smart, isn't he, the young man from Queensland? Maintains the outside line and still maintains the lead, Josh Rogers. Wow. I never thought you could defend around the outside of Honda corner. Rogers has proved us all wrong.
Good use of momentum there. Just keeping up the corner speed of that car, getting on the throttle. The MX-5 can do that. What they need to be wary of, though, is missing gears. This car has an H-pattern manual gearbox with clutch, so you do have to be careful on your upshifts, even if you are using flappy paddles on your home setup. Of course, these guys definitely know their way around these cars, but they can still make mistakes every so often. You see Dane Warren just lifting off slightly through the second last turn to get a bit of a gap to Rogers. And so the bump drafting shall begin anew as they come across the line very shortly for 2 to go here at Phillip Island. Now, we said that there were 9 drivers in a pack with any chance of winning. Now it is down to 5.
No slipstream from McMillan. He's in that white Mazda MX-5, joined in the same line by the driver of Dane Warren up ahead. Dane Warren currently leads the field away. Penultimate lap of the event. Contact almost between Rogers and Madison Down. I think they might have been a scratch between the two. McMillan dives into the southern loop, and now there's contact between him and Madison Down. But these drivers are really playing with fire right now. They need to be careful. Mike Neck is only 4 seconds behind the bunch. I don't think they're going to worry about him, but the battles continue here for the final step of the podium. For that lead
McMillan.
Top step of the podium. Look how close it is between the top 5.
Yeah, McMillan really making waves here as Rogers and Warren continue to battle. McMillan is trying to keep those Trans-Tasman drivers behind. Little bit of contact. Oh no! Ricochet! Dane Warren and Jared Filsell coming together, and Dane Warren off the circuit. So Rogers is now in an almost unassailable lead. I think he's going to take this one.
Oh, it looked like Filsell got hot into Siberia, and that just caused a domino effect up in front. And Filsell, who was argy-bargy on the penultimate lap, may have cost, unfortunately for Dane Warren, a shot at race victory for race 1 of the Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown. Josh Rogers will begin the final lap with a 1.5 second advantage, but will he end up leading this event? Who will round out the podium here? Will it be McMillan? Madison Down? How about Jared Filsell recovering from that contact?
Yeah, there's any number of things that can happen here. Have a look at Down and Filsell battling with McMillan here. Rogers still way out in the lead. These guys aren't catching up to him at all as the white flag flies. Oh, Down! Big slide on entry. Both he and McMillan going onto the grass on the inside of Doohan. This is getting pretty intense. McMillan almost into the back of Filsell. I think all these cars have some form of damage on them now. Oh, there we go. Oh, careful, boys. Easy does it. McMillan back onto the track, but he and Filsell coming together. And I think that gap may be unassailable as well.
Well, as Senna would say, if you no longer go for a gap, you're no longer a racing driver. I'll tell you what, Thomas McMillan to me is a racing driver. He found some room around the outside. Filsell thought he'd close the door, but it may have been a little too late. Who knows? Hard one to judge on that front. All this means is that they've allowed Rogers and Madison Down to fly past through the middle sector. Will possibly win this event race. Here's Josh Rogers now through the final couple of corners. What a race it's been from him.
It certainly has. Rogers has, well, he managed to get everything right and was still standing when others fell. He seemed like he was in danger a couple of times, but he's managed to keep himself nice and clean throughout most of this. He is carrying a bit of damage, but par for the course around here at Phillip Island. He rounds the final turn, and he's going to take the win here in round 1.
Joshua K. Rogers, the blisteringly quick young man he is. He represents TTL eSports here today, and he wins race 1 of the Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown. He is joined on the podium by Madison Down, just 1.8 seconds behind. And Jared Filsell, we finally have a podium that's unofficial and unofficially announced. Filsell joins the two of them in P3. McMillan will end up in 4th by the end of all that. And we're still racing here with the likes of a few drivers behind across the line. Brady Myers very close to Ashley Lear. Well, actually, that's Sean Kelly across the line, excuse me.
Oh, have a look behind them. Oh, Thomas Hinn, Stephen Varga, and a couple other guys as well. This is pretty intense coming across the line.
I'm not even going to call who ended up on top there. There were about 4 drivers all in a line towards the end there. Thomas Hins may have ended out in top in the 18th position. But yet again, Josh Rogers with the win. But Madison Down, it's good points for him too, Reese, in the 2nd position.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's a pretty awesome job there from those guys in the top 3. Unfortunately, we did see some driving in that race that could be looked at a bit iffy by any stewards. But other than that, I found that incredibly exciting. I cannot wait for the other 2 rounds tonight.
Certainly looking forward to those rounds later on. We'll talk about that in just a moment's time, but let's have a look at your unofficial race results for race 1 of the Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown. Josh Rogers wins the event in just over 26 minutes here today. What an event it was from Josh Rogers, who actually started from the 2nd row. Your pole sitter in Madison Down ended up winning that race of attrition between the leaders and came home in the 2nd position. Phil Sell and McMillan were close behind as well. They each had a shot at victory. They came home in 3rd and 4th. And how about Jake Maloney and Blake next? Some quick race time from both of those guys. Maloney started outside the top 10. Ethan Warren started from 10th as well, ended up in 7th. But how about Glenn Postlethwaite?
Wow.
We knew he was quick. Started 18th, ended up in the 8th position in the end as well. For Dane Warren, that late race contact, only 9th at the end of the day. And Guy Leach rounds out the top 10. The rest of the race results will be on screen. But Reese, the first thing I have to say post-race right now is the likes of Jared Filsell. He had that late race contact, not the one with Thomas McMillan, but of course that cost Dane Warren a lot of positions there in the end, the domino effect at Siberia. And certainly something Dane Warren won't be too pleased about.
No, certainly not. That was a real shame to see because it looked like Dane Warren was one of the strongest drivers here today. To have his race turn out like that must definitely be heartbreak for him. But he still managed to salvage a top 10 out of that. He has the ability to bring this back in the remaining 2 rounds if his rivals suffer some bad luck. And, well, Bathurst and Belle Isle have plenty of bad luck to hand out to all comers, don't they?
Yeah, certainly so as well. And finally, talking about the likes of Thomas McMillan, very quiet through that race, wasn't he, Thomas McMillan? Just bided his time, waited for the right opportunity to come. But I think that's maybe where we need to see Thomas McMillan just sort of being a bit more aggressive and trying to climb his way up the order a bit earlier in the race.
Perhaps, but I think depending on who you ask, that driving from Thomas McMillan was aggressive enough in that last stage of the race. He definitely put his car in any gap that came to him, and fair play to him for that. That's the kind of hard racing that we as spectators definitely like to see. But I am interested to see what McMillan can do at Bathurst and Belle Isle.
So that is it for race 1 of the Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown. Now don't leave us because we'll have more racing action coming up in just a moment's time. Race 2, we have the NASCAR Camping World Truck Series from the one and only Mount Panorama Circuit in Bathurst, New South Wales. If you're going to miss that, I'm going to be quite disappointed in you. We'll join you shortly after the break.
The following is a presentation of the iRacing eSports Network.
I actually found out about the Aussie Driver Search program through Facebook, and my initial reason for actually entering it wasn't necessarily to win it. Obviously that's great, and we ended up winning it, which is great. But I actually just wanted to drive at Sandown, which is where one of the qualifying rounds were, because at the time there was talks about whether the track might not be around in the future. So just being able to drive a Toyota 86 Racing Series car at Sandown was a huge deal for me. My career was limited to karting simply for the same reason so many other young drivers in Australia can't progress further, and it's financial. We couldn't get the exposure to get the sponsors to go any further. Entered the qualifying round at Sandown. I got to drive 3 different cars, 10 minutes each, had lots of fun. I was first out in the 86 in the rain, which was a bit scary, my first time in a tin-top race car, so that was a bit nerve-wracking. But yeah, then obviously was found out the night after that I made it through. Then we flew to Sydney Motorsport Park for the finale. It was me and 15 other guys going at it, just chasing lap time, making sure to not make any mistakes, and somehow we made it through to the top 3 and ended up taking home the win for it. Obviously there's a huge amount that's changed in terms of things I've had to learn. Obviously 12 years of karting, you get a relatively good idea of what you need to do. The learning curve is so steep, because not only have I hopped into car racing for the first time at tracks that I've never been to before, I've had to hop into a very competitive series. So it's just been a massive learning curve. Learning obviously this sort of stuff, the media elements, but the Aussie Driver Search guys have been really helpful with that. But it's been a lot of work behind the scenes just to make sure we're presented well, make sure we're performing at the track, doing everything we need to do to make sure the car's not only finishing races, but finishing well. I think Aussie Driver Search is actually a really, really good prelude to racing in a national category. You show up on the event day, you get your full 10 minutes in each car, but really 10 minutes is not a long time to learn the cars, learn the track, and put in competitive lap times and do the best job you can. But the reality is when you come here to one of these race meetings, you know, we're racing at Bathurst this weekend, I'm going to do probably at most 14 laps before qualifying. So it's quite similar in that point of view, in that you've got to learn really quick. When the Aussie Driver Search comp came to Perth this year, I got the opportunity to judge, which was really interesting to see things from another perspective, be on the other side of the table in a sense. And then I got the opportunity to do some laps with Glenn Seaton sitting in the passenger seat, and having a 2-time Australian touring car champion sort of assessing you and teaching you how to go faster is an experience I'll never forget. Advice I'd give for the comp, don't think too much about the comp side of it. As I say, try and take it as an experience. Racing and driving some of these cars is a huge deal. If you can have fun, you're going to learn quick and you're going to feel comfortable. So enjoy the car, listen to the instructor, and just embrace the experience, I think, is a huge thing. And then if you manage to make it to the final, then just focus, no mistakes. Just hit every apex, just drive as well as you can. If you get the drive, you'll learn the specifics, but if you can get to sort of 99% of what that car can do, you'll do a really good job in the competition.
The most realistic online racing sim ever made. This is iRacing. Detailed laser scan tracks, fully dynamic real world cars, and over 50 series to choose from. 6 online world championships offering over $100,000 in annual prizes. This is the original eSport racing game. This is iRacing.
The following is a presentation of the iRacing eSports Network.
It's time for race 2 of the Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown. Welcome to Mount Panorama, located in Bathurst, New South Wales. It hosts race 2 of the Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown. All coverage today, of course, is on SimSpeedTV, streaming live on the iRacing eSports Network. The Bathurst circuit, 6.2 kilometers, 3.8 miles, depending on your units of choice. It's an anti-clockwise layout, but that doesn't matter because there are 23 robust corners around the racetrack. 14 of those round to the left, 9 to the right. Only 8 laps of racing action here today. An astonishing 120 meters of elevation change, and we are using the one and only Mount Panorama circuit layout being used here today. Jonathan Simon in the commentary booth alongside Reese Gardner, of course, as usual. Jay Kennedy behind the scenes in production. Reese, here we are at Mount Panorama. You know what? Track. But how about pairing this car with this track? This might be, I thought the DW12, the Dallara DW12 was one of the best track car combinations around Bathurst, but I think this might even top it.
Mate, I have, I've been around the block a few times. I've raced a bunch of cars on a bunch of tracks, and the very few times that I've raced the NASCAR trucks on road courses have been some of the best times of my life. These cars are absolutely mental on road courses, and I've never seen them race at Bathurst before, but knowing how these things behave on road courses, they've got 4 gears, they got that lock differential, they've got a huge amount of horsepower, more powerful than a V8 supercar. So I'm really looking forward to seeing how things go here today.
Bathurst itself, Reese, it has bumps, a lot of elevation change, as we said, an astonishing 120 meters from the highest point to the bottom. It's a street circuit, of course, which is what most people forget often, but it has that narrow middle sector at the top of the hill, of course, as well. There's minimal runoff, no margin for error. And what we saw at Phillip Island was a few drivers maybe getting a bit tail happy and just getting onto the curves a bit too much. You do that here at Bathurst. your race is done.
Oh yeah, certainly. Phillip Island had vast, expansive runoff areas. Bathurst, it's got a crown in the road to assist in drainage. It's got big curbs that really throw the car up on two wheels. It's got walls that are close at all times. It's got very sparing runoff, so plenty of opportunities to make a mistake. And in a car like this, where you're basically waiting for the car all the way around a circuit, you really need to be careful.
Of course, Bathurst itself has a lot of overtaking opportunities. The best ones, turn 1's a good one here, but the run into Griffin's Bend at turn 2 all the way down across the mountain straight is important. But are there any overtaking spots through the middle sector? I mean, the cutting is quite optimistic. You really have to set that up through turn 2 as we now switch to qualifying. But of course, the chase to me is probably the next best spot.
Yeah, I definitely think so. You might throw a move into Forest Elbow, but I mean, is it really worth losing the run down Conrod Straight? That's the big idea of overtaking around this place. Drivers are going out onto the circuit now in the qualifying session. Jared Filsell leading the way, and as the drivers go around on their outlap, Jonathan, we've gotten news from event organizers that Madison Down currently leads the standings. He did finish in second place in the previous race, Josh Rogers winning, but Madison Down got the Consistency Award, which awards him bonus points. So he's actually leading the standings by 2 points.
Now, there's a very important bonus points award as well. You have the cleanest driver, the hardest charger as well, which of course went to Mr. Nowak himself. But have a look at the rear of Josh Nowak's car right now. He's, I love what it says there. There's a few messages there, and I don't know which one I'm allowed to read out and which I'm not. XOX, not me, Daddy. Can I say the other one? Send nudes? I guess I just said it.
Yeah, you did. I mean, it's kind of like we've already committed to that one, haven't we? But Swift Racing, known for their bizarre liveries, and I tell you what, that's nothing if not eye-catching, that Swift Racing livery.
Well, Jake Maloney himself in that TTL eSports car, he definitely doesn't want to be bumping Mr. Daddy himself, Josh Nowak, so he's backed off quite a distance here, because he knows that the drivers in front there, the likes of Jared Filsell, who's leading the field here in qualifying, will have to, of course not him, but Guy Leach and the driver behind of Sean Kelly will just back off a little bit possibly. You don't want to get any traffic here on this long run around Mount Panorama. And of course, here they are through the final couple of corners. They're ready to begin qualifying this time round. The nerves build up, don't they, Reese, through qualifying? And once you begin the lap, if you get the first few corners wrong, you can't even rejoin out of the pit lane. There'll be so much traffic.
Yeah, for sure. So the pressure is definitely on here for Jared Filsell to get that lap time down. Of course, right behind him is Guy Leach. Both these guys in the Chevrolet Silverado, also the Toyota Tundra making an appearance here. But really, that's only a visual difference. Of course, the trucks both have branded engines, but mechanically, they are both exactly the same. It really comes down to driver preference, if anything. It's Jared Filsell making his way through Griffin's Bend, slightly wide. You want to keep it a little bit tighter than that, but it's forgivable. These trucks handle a bit different to a V8 supercar, to say the least. Nice and tight through the cutting, though. Have a look at Filsell. He's just making sure that throttle application is smooth, but that bump really gets you in these things. Got to remember, the rear end is also particularly light as well. The body shape of this is not your typical race car setup, so aerodynamically these things act a bit differently as well.
There he is through Skyline right now, Jared Filsell. This is such a difficult braking zone, but he nails it. And he is, I mean, he's pinpoint perfect right now through this middle sector, through the dipper, of course, as well. You'll head towards Forest Elbow, and this will be the long run down the Conrod Straight. Filsell needs to slam that throttle with the right foot and get this great run here across what is known as the Conrod Straight. There's a lot of bumps here on the Conrod Straight, but this Chevrolet will more than handle that. Filsell looks quick as well, so I'm just having a look here, Reese. Phil Sells' sector times look quick, but I think a few drivers behind might be able to leap him.
Yeah, definitely. We'll see what happens as drivers set their laps. Phil Sell very dedicated under braking into the chase and hanging the tail out on the exit of the chase as well. I love watching this thing slide around. So Phil Sell's going to come across to set the first lap time of the session. Out of Murray's corner he comes. His lap time is going to be a 2:07.854. That's comparable with lower V8 supercar drivers. Guy Leach setting a 2:09.7. Josh Nowak to second, 2:09.2. Lap times are going to keep filing in. Jake Maloney now occupying second place. Mitch McLeod up to third now. Blake Neck setting a time good enough for sixth. So we'll see how these guys do. Madison Down now, currently the closest to Jared Philseller, 2:08.0.
Very quick time from Phil Sell and Dane Warren right now, who is coming towards the final corner. There's some damage to the rear end of Dane Warren's Chevrolet here. So Warren through the final corner. Did he have some trouble here on his hot lap? He comes across the line, pole position, and matches Phil Sell's pole position time. Oh, we've seen that a few times in motor racing, but how about that here for provisional pole?
How? Oh, Rogers just
party.
like that. Smashes it, ruins it. Goodness me. But Dane Warren and Jared Philsell, same time down to the 1,000th across 6.213 kilometers around Bathurst. That's pretty special.
It is very special. It's very quick, of course, as well. How about the likes of Jake Maloney, who's in the pit lane, but is in the top 5 as well. But Josh Rogers, of course, your top 4 here. There are no surprises with any of those 4. How about Luca Giacomin with a 2:08.7? The cutoff time really for a top 10 spot, you'd have to be in the 2-minute 8.0 range. So if you're in the 2-minute 7s, I'd assume you'd make the top 10 at this stage.
Yeah, it definitely seems that way. We've got quite a few drivers yet to set a lap time. We only had 19 of the 37 or so drivers that we have in this session actually get a time up on the board, so going to have to wait a bit. They don't have much time, though. Bathurst, over 2 minutes a lap, so these guys need to get their out laps done. They need to get their hot laps down. As we take a look at Cameron Dance coming down through the S's, just struggling to keep that rear end in check over the curves.
He's dancing around this section of the racetrack, isn't he, through the dipper? And now through Forest Elbow coming up right now. This is just, there's so many lines you can take, isn't there, through Forest Elbow. And a bit throttle happy, isn't he, on the right foot, but he gets a good exit nevertheless, and he's in. Cameron Dance, one of the many TTL eSports drivers out here today, screams across the Conrod Straight for what should be, well, what will be his first competitive qualifying time. Over the curve!
Oh, no!
He spun that, he's binned it. Oh, keep it out of the tire barrier, don't you, Cam? And he does. Now he's going to have to get out of the way. There's some traffic coming through.
Jesus!
Oh, Reese, just not what Cameron Dance wanted. Certainly when the broadcaster's watching him as well.
Certainly not, but that was spectacular, to be sure. I think, depending on how hairy the racing gets, we may see a couple of incidents like that eventuate throughout the field, and we know how dangerous the chase can be when drivers come together.
Luke Harvey right now is about to finish a quick lap time. Here comes across the start-finish line. Only P17 for Luke Harvey in that number 5 Chevrolet. And through the first corner he goes. Is he going to continue? He does. So he should be able to set a second lap in succession here. Only a 2-minute 10 though. There are a lot of pence right now to be found in every sector for Luke Harvey.
Yes, indeed. We're also looking at Lee Ellis at the moment. He has not put a time on the board yet, and it looks like he's going some way to making sure that the time is not a very good one. Not able to get the traction down. As he makes his way through Murray's, we'll see what kind of lap time he can put up. It's going to be actually, it's not going to be a lap time at all.
Ellis will begin a lap nevertheless. I'm looking to see more from Zach Hanlon, who we know how quick Zach Hanlon is. He's currently out of the pit lane, so he's still on an out lap right now. Now, I've found another livery for you, Reese. Craig Jones. in the 111 car. The rear end of that of that car. Now, which rear end am I looking at right now? Because I'm a bit confused.
Just slightly. Apparently, if I could just take a look back through the InSim chat, he meant to join in the Chevrolet, but I think he already had a skin on the Toyota, and he has apologized for the skin in the InSim driver chat. I mean, apology accepted, I suppose, as Madison Down is on a flyer.
Hey. That's not our fault in terms of that livery, so we're allowed to show it. Here's Madison Down through Skyline right now. Down is pushing, isn't he, right now, Madison Down? Bit of traffic out of the way. Now, that's always going to help you, of course. You don't want to have any traffic through this sector. Now, I did have an IndyCar race here years ago, Reese, where I did lose the lead and eventually the win because of traffic, and Down hits the wall there at Forest Elbow. So for Madison Down, a clear track just doesn't make the most of it.
No, certainly not. Bit of a shame there. Glenn Postlethwaite on screen at the moment, making his way down Conrod up to 260, then up to 270 over the crest. These guys will reach 288 kilometers an hour top speed, squirming under brakes, just trying to get the line right for the chase, not using as much of the curb as you'd see a V8 driver using. These cars don't like curbs of that nature very much. Postlethwaite, this looks like a pretty committed lap. We've only seen a few corners of it. The time, going to be a 2:09.2, puts him up to P13.
That's interesting, Reese. You talk about these cars not liking the curves too much. Is that just in terms of the suspension, just not being able to handle them, or can you just not gain any traction? Is it the tires?
I think it's a bit of all three. I mean, the V8 supercar is a lot easier to I guess pound over the curbs, and you can do it in the NASCAR truck, but the car already is quite difficult to handle, as Glenn Postlethwaite is demonstrating for us right now. It's very easy to lose that thing, and the brakes basically don't work. They're just the suggestion of slowing down, but yeah, not quite as up to the task as a V8 supercar to tackling this track, but it definitely makes for some entertaining stuff as we see Thomas Hins on track right now.
Thomas Hins, and who is going to finish hopefully a quick lap here right now. He's got some other drivers just beginning a lap, of course, too. SimSpeedTV sponsored car up ahead of Ross Rizzo, formerly V8's online, as we know, of course, as well. Thomas Hins across the line at 2:11.235. Not quick at all for Thomas Hins this early on in qualifying. So 8 minutes remaining in this session, or just under 8 minutes, we should say. Currently, our top 10 includes Josh Rogers, who is joined by Dane Warren and Jared Filsell in the top 3 positions. Now, Warren and Filsell each matched each other's lap time with a 2:07.854. Then we have Madison Down, Jake Maloney, Thomas McMillan, Luca Giacomin. How about Ashley Lear in the 8th position with a quick lap time? That they just came across the line, but they didn't improve their time. But how about Josh Nowak, who now bumps Ashley Lear down to the 9th position? Josh Nowak into 8th. Jake Burton, who joined us earlier on in the broadcast here today, is your final driver in the top 10. For Jake Burton, he had damage last race. Reese, he'd be wanting to qualify a lot higher right now as he comes across the line and begin a lap, because you just want to get out of the traffic, really. The draft is going to be, it's still going to be in effect this race, but it's going to have less a dramatic of an influence on the final race result.
Yeah, certainly. It's not going to be an out-and-out draft fest as we saw in the MX-5, but down Mountain Straight and down Conrod as well is certainly going to come into play. And if you can get a good exit out of Hell Corner, out of Forest Elbow, then you're certainly in with a chance of getting by at the end of the straight. Burton will be wanting to improve on his race one. Definitely did not go the way he wanted to. You can say the same for Mitch McLeod, with whom he clashed. And he's just getting a little bit sideways over that bump, and that's what we're talking about with the suspension of these things, Jonathan. These cars they can be set up very stiff to run on ovals. You soften the springs up quite a bit for road running, but at the same time, it's certainly, goodness, it's certainly quite a beast to handle. Those tires are very hard as well.
Now, he is close to finishing a rapid lap time here. He's in that Torque sim racing car right now. Mitch McLeod, who had a late qualifying lap time in race 1, which promoted him up the order. The Torque Inc. driver now comes across the final few corners. He's currently in P12. Will he promote himself into the top 10 with a late lap time like he did at Phillip Island just an hour ago? Through the final corner, misses the apex by a country mile, does Mitch McLeod, and across the line promotes himself to P7. Wow. A 2-minute 8.595. I guess that cutoff point that I said of a 2-minute 8.0 for the top 10 was, I'll tell you what, dramatically wrong by 0.7 of a second.
Optimistic, I think is another word that could be used to describe that. Ethan Warren currently on screen at the moment, and looks like he's just ordered that one. It looks like to me the cutoff is a high 208 at this stage, but Phil Sell is looking to improve.
But have a look at Zachary Hanlon behind as well. So Hanlon has yet to set a qualifying lap time, and the last he needs is the traffic of Jared Phil Sell. Now, if anything, this will actually help Zachary Hanlon promote himself to the top 3 if he can stick behind Phil Sell for an entire lap. Look at them both sliding and getting tail happy through the exit of the chase there. And now through the final corner, through Murray's corner. The final of 23 corners around Bathurst. Both drivers nail the apex. Here they go across the line. Phil Sell improves his lap time and breaks free from the stronghold that kept him and Dane Warren apart in P2 and P3. Phil Sell now in a second. Hanlon yet to set a lap time. And again, a poor exit from Hanlon. Whoa! Traffic behind. This is a race in qualifying.
It certainly is. Zach Best pulling out of that one as well. Best, one of the drivers, again, to not have set a lap time. So not setting a time in this session. Hanlon, Kelly, Best, Jackson Suslan Harlow, Lee Ellis, and Craig Jones. All those guys have yet to put times on the board, and they are rapidly running out of time to do so. They've only got 3 minutes and 20 seconds left in the session. They'll have time to complete one out lap, and then they'll have that one hot lap to work with.
Certainly will. And Steven Varga right now, the 26th position, needs, not a miracle, needs more than that right now to climb his way up the order. He set a 2-minute 10.9. It's the first lap time he set in a session. Hasn't been able to improve since. Here he is across the Conrod Straight. So, I mean, is this demotivating for these drivers behind Reese? Because if you think about it, so this top 35 we had here today, well, top 40 is what we should really have. They all actually made it through in the competition. They're 40 of the quickest drivers we could find. So P26 for Steven Varga isn't actually that bad when you think about it.
No, certainly isn't. But I guess when you're thrust into a competition like this, the setup's not being provided until race day in some cases. The drivers don't have much of an opportunity to practice or perfect themselves. Steven Varga crossing the line at 2:11.1, and that was a very scrappy lap, so you get the feeling there's an awful lot of time in there for Steven. It does take a very long time to get used to a car like this. It's heavy, it's under-tired, it's overpowered. The brakes, once again, they are excuses for brakes rather than actual brakes.
Yeah.
Of course, so it does take a while to get used to this NASCAR truck.
I don't think I'd ever be successful in a car like this, Reese. Like, to me, the left foot is what made me 1/10 of a bad driver, you know, because the other 9/10 of me is absolutely terrible, and that's why I'm in the commentary booth. But as Thomas Hintz moves up the order, see, I mean, to me, brakes is one of the most important things I need in a car. I would never be able to jump into a Chevy like this. And you're someone who's actually had experience in these cars too, where to me, it's like, it's not just something that you drive and race for passion. It's something where you jump into one day and say, hey, I'm bored. Let me jump into this Chevy and see if I can master it around Bathurst.
Yeah, certainly. It is definitely one of those cars, and you have to spend an awful lot of your time figuring out braking points. This isn't the kind of car that you can just throw into corners. You need to brake early, guide the car in, coax the front tires to the apex, get the car to behave how you want. And it is possible to left foot brake in this thing. They do have an H-pattern gearbox, but you don't need to use the clutch as Thomas Hins gets a bit crossed up over the top. Madison Down, meanwhile, improving to a 207 at 746. But
that's important because, Reese, Dane Warren's in the pit lane. So Dane Warren will start no higher than 4th. The same for Jared Filsell. Jared Filsell will start no higher. Well, Filsell's actually on the racetrack, excuse me. The timing screen's updating here. Filsell seemed to be off the racetrack, but Luca Giacomin promotes himself hopefully up the order here across the line. Giacomin, nope, not a quick lap time, remains in 8th, and that will be it for Luca Giacomin possibly. He comes across the line, and yeah, poor exit through turn 1, won't be quick. Checkered flag is out though. Rogers, will anybody bump him out of that provisional pole spot?
Well, we are looking at Jared Filsell right now as he makes his way through the chase and getting on the brakes super early, just trying to get the rear end to work for him here. He's not able to get it done. Straight into the wall. Spectacular spin from Filsell. I think that is his session done. It's going to be P2 for him at best.
And Postlethwaite, though, he's coming across Conrod Straight right now. Well, Postlethwaite improves, starting from 15th. Glenn Postlethwaite, a driver who's currently scored 8th in points after a brilliant race 1 event at Phillip Island. Here's Postlethwaite, brilliant through the chase. I feel like he left a little bit on the table, though, there, Glenn Postlethwaite. Just a little bit modest through the corner. Now through Murray's corner, turn 23. Postlethwaite on the brink of losing traction. Here he is across the line and promotes himself to the top 10. Glenn Postlethwaite, what a brilliant lap time to end the session as we still wait for other drivers to come across the line.
Yes, indeed. Steve Janssen among them, and Janssen is currently occupying... Where is he? I can't find him. He's 15th at the moment. So out of the chase right now. He's actually going into the pits, aborting that particular one. So feels like that may be most of the field set.
I just saw Ethan Warren with frustration pulling off the side of the racetrack at Conrod. He will start from the 16th position, the young Ethan Warren. So Ross Rizzo now, he's another driver who's yet to finish a lap here. Currently scored P24, has an opportunity to promote himself up the order here. Ross Rizzo across the line and remains in P24.
That's a shame for him. And it looks to me like that is the session done. So with a minute to go in this transitionary phase from qualifying to the race, Josh Rogers taking a convincing pole position.
Let's have a look at your grid for your 8-lap race coming up in just a few minutes' time. Joshua Rogers is in pole position. What a quick lap time for Rogers. He set that as well early in the session. It was a Martin Kroenke-esque lap time from Josh Rogers. He'll be joined by Jared Filsell on that front row. Will Filsell be able to spoil the party for Rogers, or will the likes of Madison Down or Dane Warren on that second row be able to spoil the party, not just into turn 1, but how about the run into Griffin's Bend at turn 2? Nick Maloney and Thomas McMillan head the third row. Will be followed by Mitch McLeod, who improves on his starting position from race 1. He starts from 7th this time round, along with Luca Giacomin. On the 4th row, Josh Nowak and Ashley Leah round out the top 10. The rest of the grid will be on screen. So Reese, now let's talk about the start here. We head to the race. For Josh Rogers, it's about staying out of trouble with the hungry pack behind of Filsell, Down, and Warren, because Rogers seems to be the king of Bathurst and could be looking to prove that yet again here today.
Yeah, for sure. Lap 1 at Bathurst is always a matter of trying to stay out of trouble as much as possible. It doesn't matter whether your race is 8 laps long like it is tonight or 161 laps like in the 1000. On that first lap, you absolutely do your best to keep it out of the wall and out of your competitors. Obviously, the lack of space up the top may be a problem in a field this big, and a lot of drivers that are unfamiliar with this car. Seeing a couple of drivers who have basically no experience in these cars. Postlethwaite commenting that he didn't have the Toyota Tundra downloaded, so he missed all of the practice sessions. So it's a bit of an interesting start to this particular round for Glenn. Obviously, a lot of stuff to think about coming into those first 23 turns.
They're going to be a challenging first 23 turns with 34 drivers. The Camping World Truck Series cars. Rogers lead the field away here from the inside line in that orange TTL eSports 92 Chevrolet. What about Jared Filsell around the outside here on the front row? What will Madison Down do from the 3rd position? It's a very short run down to turn number 1 here. Hell Corner, as it's known at Bathurst. Mountain Straight will be ever pivotal towards the rest of the opening lap. Will they be alongside each other there? Who will get the run out of turn number 1? The engines rev! Lights will illuminate. Oh, one engine revved? I thought the race was about to go. Oh, goodness.
The timer is up. There we go.
For Murray Walker, that. Here's the race. Here's the race about to go. 8 laps of action from Bathurst. Big O Green from Mount Panorama.
Good start from Rogers. Very good start. He moves straight to the outside, and there he goes. Straight through. Massendown maintaining 3rd there.
Warren, though, behind. It's a very boring start for the top 5. They all remain in your 5 positions as well. Thomas McMillan in 6th. McLeod 7th. No position changes in your top 10. Oh, a very seamless start, but 2 wide action behind as well. How about the talking driver there ahead of Ashley Lear, possibly making their way past Josh Nowak. Nowak demoted to 10.
Yes, indeed. Jake Burton right behind him there. Glenn Postlethwaite, Brady Myers, and Sean Kelly getting very frisky there. Kelly side by side, Burton side by side as well with Josh Nowak. Will be able to take him round the outside of Reed Park. No, he's in the wall. That's not going to work in there. Right there, have a look at that. Oh, is that Myers? Big incident there. Fortunately, no one else caught up in that for now, at least. We'll see. They go 3 wide. That's Ross Rizzo making his way past. That's getting a bit hectic up the top. Let's see what they can do down through the S's. Oh, contact with Sean Kelly as Dane Warren we are riding on board with. Getting very hectic.
Look at this here. Through Forest Elbow as well. The leaders come through all unscathed, of course. So your top 6 haven't changed position. Giacomin's found his way past Mitch McLeod in that talking race car. Ashley Lear, as we said, in 9th. So he's behind his talking teammate of Mitch McLeod at the moment. How about Glenn Postlethwaite, though? Started 11th. Well, not close behind Josh Nowak here for a passing move into the chase for the first time. The leaders go, but Postlethwaite is pushing. Very shaky in the braking zone, but damage for Jake Burton there is very important for the rest of this event. This happened at Phillip Island, Reese. Yet again, Jake Burton. More damage to his car, and how's he going to sustain this for the next 8 laps or 7 laps?
Yeah, that is a very good question. It's unfortunate there for Burton, but we'll see what he can do. He's right on the back of Postlethwaite, may be able to use that draft to catch back up to those top guys, but the train definitely forming behind him. Sean Kelly, Ethan Warren, Steve Jansen, Chris Coxhead, Blake Neck, Leach, and Harvey as well. Getting very racy back in the field. Actually, we've got a couple of cars around coming out of turn 1. Jackson Harlow coming together with Dominic Ferraris. They both managed to get back going again, but their night not going to plan as 3rd and 4th is on.
Here's Dane Warren, close to Madison Down here. Here they are, Quarry Corner. Oh, this is such an exciting sector, isn't it? Dane Warren so close behind. His race was Oh, there were tears going down Dane Warren's eyes. If it wasn't that, it was certainly anger, as both himself and Jared Filsell made contact. There could be contact behind Reese as the racing gets ever closer.
Yeah, certainly. It's very exciting here. Dane Warren bearing down on Madison through the S's. Have a look at just a bit of a contact with the wall coming out of the dipper. Very easy to do in a car like this. It's got a big steering wheel with steering ratio that... Oh, Kurt Stenberg around.
Stenberg's having issues, and you can see the smoke there. He's going to have to wait for the whole field to pass right now. Stenberg, the timing screens is in P32. Now, he's parked in the middle of the racetrack. Let's have a look at the replay, nevertheless, here for Kurt Stenberg. Reese, talk us through it. Because, yeah, there was some heavy contact at Skyline, yeah.
No, that was Scotty McQueen, sorry. My apologies. Scotty McQueen, unfortunately, getting in there. Contact beforehand with Cam Dance as well. That is a real shame for Kurt Stenberg, because having been Stenny's teammate in the past, he is a big fan of these trucks on road courses. He would have wanted to do well here.
Nevertheless, here as they begin lap 3 of the event, Josh Rogers leads Jared Filsell by 9/10 of a second. Behind them, Madison Down rounds your provisional podium positions. Dane Warren in 4th. Jake Maloney is currently in the 5th position, so your top 5 hasn't changed. Your top 6 even hasn't changed, excuse me, and Thomas McMillan, who's currently scored in 6th. Then it's Luca Giacomin, Mitch McLeod, Ashley Lear, and Josh Nowak. So at the end of the first lap, your top 10 positions haven't changed. They have changed from their starting order, though, if that makes any sense, ladies and gentlemen. How about Jake Burton, though, who's right behind Glenn Postlethwaite? He's into the wall, Jake Burton. And some contact on the outside there at Griffin's Bend. Maybe he would have bent that Chevy back into place.
Perhaps. We can always assume, but he's
Probably
definitely... Probably, yeah, who knows. But he's going hell for leather here at the moment. Postlethwaite chasing Nowak, chasing McLeod, chasing Lear up ahead. So Burton has got quite a bit of work to do. Postlethwaite, big use of that curb, too much use of that curb. Burton is now right on the attack. He is smelling blood. Oh, Postlethwaite, bit of a slide coming into the S's, just managing to hold on.
Glenn Postlethwaite, wow, that is incredible. He's the young man. Oh, now he's got some traffic up ahead of Josh Nowak, who had a very slow exit. Nowak wobbly underbraking through Forest Elbow, and that will allow the door open for Glenn Postlethwaite as Josh Nowak hits the wall as well. So Jake Burton now behind. Oh, hopefully get a bit of a draft here from Glenn Postlethwaite, the 23-year-old who races for Synergy Sim Racing. Will Jake Burton find a way past? How about Sean Kelly right behind the bunch as well? They scream into the chase and look at Burton in the braking zone. They're still alongside each other here. Reese for the battle for P11.
Nowak's hold on.
Wow, Josh Nowak, that's remarkable.
That's fantastic. Brilliant stuff. But Burton still on the attack, trying to go out the inside here at Murray's. Can Nowak hold the outside here? Burton's just losing momentum on the inside. Nowak's like, yeah, no problem. I'll just hold the outside and maintain that momentum.
And that means Jake Burton may lose a spot to Sean Kelly behind. How about Ethan Warren, the hungry young man who's trying to find a way past here across the mountain straight? Warren, a good run. There's almost no gap. It's like a double team in basketball. Where are you going to go? Pass the ball off. There's no way past for Ethan Warren.
Certainly isn't. It's on for the lead though, Jonathan. Have a look up front. Filsell's caught right up to Rogers.
I like this. Jared Filsell here through Quarry. Now through the exit into the middle sector goes Jared Filsell. Now I'm thinking Jared Filsell, he's a driver come race time, is just in the zone, in that rhythm where he could be untouched. But Josh Rogers, one of the best sim racers out there in the world, he'll be knocked off first position. Rogers looks quick though, but remember Rogers as well, he needs to think about bonus points here, Reese, because win may be good enough, but of course last time out at Phillip Island wasn't enough because Madison Down currently leads our point standings.
Yes, indeed. You got to think about those bonus points awards. You got more to focus on than just your results here. So Rogers should be Mr. Consistency if he wants to get that particular award. And looking at his laps so far, There's quite a difference between those laps, so we'll see what happens there. He is getting a bit of a run on Phil Sell down Conrad, but Phil Sell is right up to the back of him come Sector 1.
Oh, goodness. Rogers on the grass there. Don't lose it, Josh. Come on, mate. Here he is through Murray's. And Rogers, I mean, he's just... What excites you most about Josh Rogers? To me, it's the fact that he's gone international with his sim racing, you know, gone to the Formula One side and gone to the GT3 as well. He's really proven his talent out there, and he reminds me a lot of the likes of... He's like a hybrid between Mark Webber and Marcus Ambrose. I don't know if that's an insult or a compliment.
Yes, indeed. Lee Ellis has crashed. Meanwhile, Ellis not having a good run at all. I think that happened in the chase. Unfortunately, looks like that was contact with Zach Best coming through the chase. Big shame between those guys. But Rogers, I would definitely agree. He's... I think just his outright pace, the fact that he has been able to come out of what we thought was basically nowhere a few years back and instantly be challenging for wins and championships, that's fantastic to see, especially in a community that people think is so dominated by one or two teams. Meanwhile, we're on board with Thomas McMillan. He is rapidly hunting down Jake Maloney.
Yeah, Maloney's not quick at all compared to the top four. So Maloney may be holding up Thomas McMillan here, because don't forget in race 1, McMillan was one of the 5 drivers towards the end of the event and for a race victory. Oh. Going through Dipper right now. It's Thomas McMillan. Now, he did finish that first race in the 4th position. Right now, he could find his way at 5th at best if he doesn't get past Jake Maloney anytime soon.
Yeah, certainly. That's some real muscling of the car that Mr. Maloney was doing there. Coming down through the S's. He'll need to do a bit less of that if he wants to preserve his tyre life. Track temperature is 39 degrees currently, so it's not ridiculously hot. But still, the drivers do need to be careful. Maloney knocked straight by the curb. Oh, and have a look behind him. Goodness, McMillan. These guys are going absolutely 110% as it is on for the lead once again. Phil Sell versus Rogers. Oh, Phil Sell. He's threatening to make a move here.
If he can get the draft here across the mountain straight, it could be done here on lap 6 of 8. Jared Phil Sell looking the race lead for race victory, possibly, if he can stick the move here up the hill into Griffin's Bend. Deep on the brakes is Jared Phil Sell, but no way through. Jared, Josh remains in that first position. Madison Downs dropped off the pack though. Madison looks like may have to settle for P3 at best. Dane Warren though is within the clutches of Madison Down. That battle between Maloney and McMillan is heating up here. Through the cutting they go. Thomas McMillan, this is one of my favorite corners around Bathurst, the exit of the cutting. That camber is extreme. McMillan, there's no way past around Maloney there. It's awfully close between the two. But Thomas McMillan, don't get argy-bargy through the middle sector, fellas, because you're just going to end up in the wall.
You definitely are. Of course, it's definitely a positive compared to what the track used to be like. There never used to be walls. It was just embankments and spectators right there next to the track. But still, the walls can definitely bite here. Both of them sliding their way through the S's, and Rogers and Phil Sell up the front. Oh, Phil Sell! A slide through Forest Elbow. He's lost his momentum down Conrad there, but very well held.
Jared Phil Sell, who was on the podium last time out at Phillip Island, needs important points here ahead of Josh Rogers. Have a look at Thomas McMillan, though, here across the Conrad Straight, looking for a top 5 position. He's been stuck behind Maloney since the start of the event. Is he going to make a move into the chase? Let's have a look.
Not now.
No cigar? Just no way past. It looks like Maloney's just not cracking under pressure, but McMillan gives him a bump tap, gives him a hurry-up tap almost. And Jake Maloney, will that get into his head?
I think it looked like Maloney missed a gear. It seemed like he was in too high a gear for the apex of that turn. The revs were very low. So Maloney with a couple of issues there. McMillan will want to take advantage of that as soon as possible. They are on the penultimate lap now.
Penultimate lap of what has been a great event. You know, after the start of this race, Reese, how there weren't many position changes, I didn't think this would be too good of an event. It's actually been proven wrong. At least the top 10 positions have been really toughly fought out.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, Bathurst can be a bit of a slow burner at times when you've got a field like this, who certainly know what they're doing when it comes to battling. They've raced at Bathurst so many times. They know what needs to be done to get the best out of an event here. They, you start out slow and you turn the wick up in those last few laps of the race, which is definitely what these guys are doing right now. Maloney just hanging on by a thread versus Thomas McMillan. That lead battle, oh goodness, it looks like it's really gotten bad, because look at Filsell. He's really thrown himself back.
Filsell's lost time somewhere, certainly on this lap, because Jared Filsell, a 2-minute 10, well actually it might have been last lap, a 2-minute 10.3 for Filsell. 2-minute 9.1 for Rogers. He may have lost time last lap. Remember that run out of Forest Elbow, like we said, and possibly somewhere this lap as well, Reese.
He also lost it into the chase on that lap, so it's just been a constant battle with his car to maintain that grip.
And look at Madison Down. An ultimate lap of the event. Madison Down, good surprise. Jared Filsell here, and this isn't good for Josh Rogers either, because Madison Down currently leads the point standings.
Filsell again,
drifting through the chase and keeps it together, but look at the run this allows for Madison Down, the quick man, looking for a move into the final corner.
Filsell's rear tyres have just given up on him, and he has no choice but to let Madison go on by there. And another twitch on the exit for Filsell. Those rear tyres on that Chevrolet Silverado are gone. And look who is trying to pounce here. Mr. Dane Warren trying to get up the inside. Oh, a little bit of a slide here as the white flag flies. Madison Down currently occupies second. Rogers way out in front once again.
Some young whippersnapper in Dane Warren is in the 4th position. Will he promote himself into the top 3? It's what he wanted last race at Phillip Island. Look how deep Dane Warren heads into the braking zone at Griffin's Bend. That's quite exciting, but Josh Rogers, Reese, yet again, is running away with race victory today. He's led every lap. He's been phenomenal on the final lap.
He absolutely has, and he has no reason to push ridiculously at the moment. He's got a great lead. He just needs to consolidate that position, take care of his car, take care of his tires, be very accurate with his inputs. That's what it's all about on the final lap here at Bathurst. Madison Down gapping Jared Filsell in the meantime. The tires have just given up on Mr. Filsell at the moment, and Warren might have a chance at the chase. Oh, again, Jared Filsell, another save, but still, it's a slide.
So here they are through Forest Elbow. Dane Warren. Come on, mate. The move on. This will be heartbreaking for Filsell towards the end of the event. That looks like Josh Rogers come across the final few corners. Cam Dance may be around, so Cameron Dance with some trouble. Yep, certainly could be terminal damage for Cam Dance. He's going to trundle his way across lap, of course, in the other TTL eSports car. His teammate in Josh Rogers will come home and win 2 races in a row here in the Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown. Your race to victor is Joshua Rogers.
Fantastic job from him. Madison Down. Oh, whoa, Jared Filsell. Oh my goodness. He's gone around. He crossed the line in 3rd place, but spun while he was doing so.
Oh, goodness. Certainly look at that in the replay here, Reese. Talk us through it. Just got very tail happy across the line. And look at the gap between the two. Just a 1/10 of a second.
Yeah, he flicked it round. Just a bit of an over-recovery. But, hey, he's got the position. That's all that matters for him right now.
It's certainly not going to help his chances for the cleanest driver, is it?
No, certainly not.
So we've heard news, and looking at the timing screens as well, that there are about 12 drivers who have received 0 incident points during that race. Excuse me, Jay Kennedy corrects us here behind the scenes, our producer, who is telling us that 9 drivers have actually received 0 incident points. Around Bathurst, Reese, surely there's like, I'm not trying to sound flip here, but there's surely like cheating involved or something? That's impossible around Bathurst.
Warping through the walls, maybe? I don't know.
I think so.
Have they turned their cars into spectral incursions?
No.
Yeah, who knows? But I guess that really tells you something about the racing at this track. But the results are up on screen, Jonathan.
Yeah, Josh Rogers, after just 17 minutes, a much shorter race this time out at Bathurst, leads the field away and wins 2 races in a row. He was chased by Madison Down for most of the event, but Madison with a late race overtake on Jared Filsell comes home in second. Madison led the points going into this race. Now we'll wait and see until the points are updated a little bit later on as to whether or not Madison Down also leads again after not winning another race. That would be quite intriguing for race 3 coming up shortly. Jared Filsell in the 3rd position, very close to Dane Warren. He spun across the finish line like we saw. Jake Maloney, hats off to him, ended up 3 seconds ahead of Thomas McMillan and held him off for the entire event. Jake Maloney with a top 5 finish. Luca Giacomin ended up in 7th with an overtake over Mitch McLeod early on in the race. McLeod ended up in 10th, and they sandwiched Ashley Lear and Glenn Postlethwaite. Glenn Postlethwaite actually missed in the entire practice session. He, I don't want to embarrass him, but it was for some personal reasons. Cough, didn't have the car downloaded. And then we had Josh Nowak in the 11th position as well, ended up there. The rest of the grid will be on screen. Some notable names, of course, there. In these unofficial results, Reese, the likes of Ethan Warren in 14th. Steve Jansen ended up in 15th, but how about Blake Neck up 4th positions into the 16th position? Now we've seen a quicker Blake Neck here in that geodesic, the geodesic racing driver. Certainly been quicker in the past, but still a good result to be proud of.
Yeah, it certainly is. To gain 4 positions at Bathurst, definitely something that you can look at as a positive. But I think Blake Neck, after topping the practice session in prep for the first race of the night, he'll be looking for some better results from here on out. But Jonathan, we move on now to the final race of the night, the Ford Falcon V8 Supercar Circa 2012 at Belle Isle. This one's going to be immense.
Yeah, that will be on shortly, of course, as well. So don't miss that, of course. That will just be in about 10 or 15 minutes' time. Any final words about this race before we head there, Reese?
It's definitely shown the consistent drivers, the multi-talented drivers, for sure. This car track combination brings out the absolute best in some of the greatest drivers in this community. I think it's definitely proved that once again.
So don't leave us. You are watching the Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown. Race 2 just concluded from Mount Panorama. Don't miss race 3 from Belle Isle. Just 10 minutes time.
Just to the front bumper, and he hits him again now. Rayon Fowler into the outside wall.
He's going to pass nearly 3 cars down that front straightaway, and he's going to get them all done with. What amazing.
To the inside goes Logan Cloudman is going to touch in. Pit press sideways. What a save.
Look to the outside as Cronkite goes off. De Jong into second place.
Going for the switchback. Oh, pinpoint driving.
It's howling down to the inside.
Nice trying, there's contact though. Slide left of the racetrack. Chris Venner drives it back down underneath, and he takes that second spot right back. Joker goes to Garrett Lowe.
Garrett Lowe should take victory with all that contact.
He's going to try and make the move around the outside the parabolica. That's not going to work, but he's going to try and get the cutback here. Get the run out the parabolica. That's beautifully done there. Makashuba, there's a little bit of door banging as well.
Aussie Driver Search is back, bigger and better in 2019. After a huge season, we're excited to gear up towards next year by opening up applications for 2019 on Sunday the 25th of November. Applications will be open for 7 days. This is your chance to get behind the wheel of real race cars on Australia's premier circuits to compete for life-changing opportunities in motor racing.
Aussie Driver Search is a great initiative. I know when I started in motorsport, there was nothing like this around, and actually legitimately gives people an opportunity to further their motorsport career.
As we all know, motorsport's very expensive these days, and to be able to have the opportunity at a very small fee to be able to achieve your goals and achieve your dreams, and particularly if you've got a lot of talent, and there's a lot of people around in Australia that have got talent but don't have the funds to do it.
So Aussie Driver Search just provides such an amazing opportunity to be able to do that at a relatively low cost, and actually see if you're any good at it. It's such a fantastic thing that they do, because I struggle with money in motorsport, so to have the opportunity to potentially jump in the Dunlop Series next year is something that I could only ever dream of.
The most realistic online racing sim ever made. This is iRacing. Detailed laser scan tracks, fully dynamic real world cars, and over 50 series to choose from. 6 online world championships offering over $100,000 in annual prizes. This is the original eSport racing game. This is iRacing.
Hi, I'm Tony D'Alberto, professional racing driver and judge at the Aussie Driver Search. I've been very lucky to make it to the top of Australian motorsport. I won the Super2 Series in 2007 and finished on the podium at Bathurst 1000 and have driven for some of the best race teams in Australia. But nothing has come easy, and as most of you know, motorsport relies heavily on money and support, and that's where Aussie Driver Search is playing a huge role in the future of this sport. For only a small amount of money, you can drive some of the best race cars in Australia, have a great experience on Australia's premier circuits, and have the opportunity to further your career. Our judges, including me, score you in a series of criteria like speed, car control, technique, mechanical sympathy, and various other areas. In the qualifying rounds, lap times are not recorded. It all comes down to how the judge assesses you during your time in the car. Show us that you can do the job and you'll have a great chance of progressing to the final. The cars that you'll drive are real race cars, from the V8 Utes, Toyota 86, right through to my old V8 Supercar and the awesome Audi R8 LMS GT3. They are the real deal. The cost is minimal. There are a number of different competitions that you can enter, starting at $750 right up to the Pro Comp at $4,000, where you'll drive the V8 Supercar, Toyota, V8 Ute, and be in the running to win the $600,000 Super 2 season. You'll experience some of Australia's best racetracks, from Sydney Motorsport Park to the Bend in South Australia and the world famous Phillip Island circuit. And the prizes are awesome, simply life-changing. So, how do you do it? Go to the Aussie Driver Search website for more details on how you can kickstart your racing career.
Really good initiative for young and upcoming drivers or even more mature drivers to get an opportunity in something they couldn't potentially fund, giving them an opportunity to jump in vehicles they may not have been able to previously.
Aussie Driver Search gives all ages a chance to drive their dream car or excel in their motorsport career. For me, it's driving my dream car, which is a supercar.
Yeah, hopefully I do make it in. I'd love to race in Super 2. Driving supercars has been a dream of mine ever since I was a young kid, so hopefully we can make it happen.
Aussie Driver Search is giving away over $1 million in prizes for our 2019 program, including prizes for the top 10 place getters in every competition. This is your chance to make it in motorsport, no matter your background, budget or experience level. We're backing up our huge main prize this year with another full season in the 2020 Dunlop Super2 Series with reigning champions Matt Stone Racing. For the first time, a Bathurst 12-hour drive is up for grabs in our Audi R8 LMS as a part of the GT competition. If you're not ready to race Super 2 or the Bathurst 12-hour, there's racing budgets available so you can choose whatever racing is best for you. We're giving away a massive $100,000 racing budget to the winner of our amateur competition. Our rookie prize for 2019 is a $30,000 racing budget. To win a free entry, head to our website for details.
It's a really awesome experience for people to be able to come along, have a go at some really nice cars and get a feel for what it is like to race on a racetrack.
Aussie Driver Search is a really good competition for anyone, whether you're a professional driver or just off the street, to learn and drive a race car and to get an experience that if you win, to even have a full year in a competitive category at a national level.
For me, the Aussie Driver Search is about a great opportunity for young guys like me, or even more experienced guys to jump into cars that maybe they won't get the experience to drive otherwise. Obviously, there's the lure of the prize at the end. But yeah, it's a great opportunity to make it in motorsport when sometimes you otherwise wouldn't be able to.
Wow, what an amazing day. Such a great track. The staff are wonderful. I just can't top this day.
Once again, photo finish here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Will it be Tim Hogan? It's going to be Christopher DeMerit at the line.
The following is a presentation of the iRacing eSports Network.
Welcome back to race 3, the final race of the Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown. We're at the Belle Isle Grand Prix circuit located on the Detroit River in Michigan in the United States of America. All coverage today is on SimSpeedTV, streaming live on the iRacing eSports network around the 3.7 kilometer, 2.3 mile layout of Belle Isle, clockwise in nature with 14 turns, 5 of those to the left, the other 9 to the right, which will challenge the drivers today for 18 laps of racing action. Minimal elevation change out there today, and we are using the one and only Grand Prix circuit configuration that is available on iRacing. The Belle Isle Street Circuit. Clear sunny skies out there as well. A little bit hotter than we had in the earlier races. 27 degrees Celsius ambient, 31 degree track temp. Jonathan's someone in the commentary booth alongside Reese Gardner. And that means, Reese, of course, with a hotter track temp, a lot of bumps out there on the circuit, this is going to be a tough final race here today in the Ford V8 Supercar.
Yeah, certainly is. Belle Isle, one of those circuits that's been around for quite some time. First saw racing in the 1980s and has been an on-again, off-again feature in American motorsport ever since. And it came to iRacing with great fanfare just a few months ago, and now we are using it here in the Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown. Of course, helping to present this is Virtual Racing School. Thank you very much for your support, guys. Make sure to check them out. We're currently coming up to the end of the practice session, sorry, Johnny, and yeah, it looks like Dame Warren has the measure of them at the moment.
Yeah, so Dame Warren looks quick, and he certainly needs these important points. We'll look at the championship standings in just a moment's time. We'll talk about them nevertheless, but the Belle Isle Street Circuit itself, some overtaking spots here today. Let's talk about them quickly, Reese. We have the likes of Turn 3. It's a very long straight along Central Avenue. The likes of Turn 7, also a good overtaking spot along Strand Drive. But apart from that, Belle Isle could be quite a progressive-natured circuit.
Yeah, it's a very follow-the-leader kind of layout that we have here, especially coming through the final sector. Those slow sections, they've got big curbs to deal with. They've got the bumps to deal with as well. Got to be very careful over these bumps. Putting on the throttle in this 650 horsepower behemoth that is the original Ford Falcon V8 Supercar that was scanned for iRacing all the way back in 2010. So this car has been on the service for quite some time. It's available as part of iRacing's base content, so if you want to give it a drive after this event, you have iRacing, then you can.
Yes, certainly can. This racetrack as well, Reese, this is the car you've driven at and a racetrack that you're quite fond of as well. Plenty of bumps out here around Belle Isle, but the one thing I've noticed is certainly watching this track over the past few days in preparation for this event, just watching previous races and all this and the other, and watching track guides, every driver talks about being spot on in terms of driving lines, in terms of focus, car control, because those walls are in close proximity to the racetrack.
They absolutely are. There isn't a place where there isn't a wall that you could potentially crash into. There's plenty of areas where there's a lot of grass and you're coming up to a curb after that, but especially in the final section that I'm noticing Jake Maloney going through right now, got to hit that curb perfectly. There's no runoff there, just straight up to the wall. No room for error whatsoever coming up to the start-finish straight, and it's an 18-lapper that these guys are going to be dealing with, so it's full intensity at what could arguably be called the Monaco of the eastern United States.
Yeah, possibly could. Over at the lovely Detroit, a city I've actually been to in the past as well. I love Detroit. But nevertheless, we're currently in practice. The session's about to end. We're going to head to qualifying. Now, before that as well, let's talk about the standings so far after 2 races. This is the most ironic championship standings I've ever seen in motor racing. The race winner is second in the standings because Madison Down, who's finished second in both those races, has claimed some important bonus points and currently leads Joshua Rogers, who's won both races, by 4 important, vital, critical points.
Yes, indeed. Madison Down getting the lead of the standings through those bonus points that are awarded for consistency. Of course, there are bonus points awarded for many different attributes throughout this event, as the drivers are now completing their out laps for qualifying. But Madison Down, only 4 points ahead of Josh Rogers. Before bonus points are applied, he needs to finish 4th or better if Rogers wins this one. So it's definitely Down versus Rogers at the moment.
And that's critical, as Reese talks about, because as the drivers now head away in qualifying, we've seen this has been quite a scramble to get out of the pit lane to be first out on the racetrack. But likes of Madison Down looks quick. Will he be able to set a quick lap time? Now let's have a look and see where Madison is out on the racetrack. Just a bit of traffic up ahead. How about Jared Filsell? Look at this yet again. Jared Filsell leads the field away, Reese. And it looks like Jared Filsell will be the first one across the line, and we're going to follow him 2 races in a row. We surely will, to begin a qualifying lap.
Yes, indeed. Jared Filsell coming across the line here at Belle Isle. Got to get that exit just right coming onto the start-finish stretch, but just past the start-finish line, you are braking for turns 1 and 2. These are the fastest turns on the circuit, which should really tell you something about this track. Got to be careful over that rise on the exit that you don't spin out or get into the wall over the bumps. You got a long straight over to the left-hand side of the track, braking nice and early for turn 3. A very sharp right-hander. Use all of the curb, get straight back on the throttle, up into 2nd gear. Very tight through here, and oh, Jared actually hitting the wall. So that is going to be an abandoned lap here, but this is a very tight section. Got to brake nice and early for this one. Apex early and get onto the straight, but Jared Filsell will be abandoning the rest of that one.
The thing I find as a sim racer is as soon as you exit the pit lane now, as Filsell is doing, he's resetted back to the pits. He's already been collected. So a driver's made a mistake there. Oh, when he's on the middle of the racetrack, and that's cost the other drivers important times as well here. But oh goodness me, I was about to say you're going to feed into a bunch of traffic, and that's more than what happened there to Jared Filsell.
Yeah, certainly quite a few drivers involved in that one, which really gives you a hint as to what Belle Isle is like when there's a lot of cars out on track, and there's so many drivers just losing it under throttle on those bumps on exit. You've really got to be careful on the throttle around here. It's so easy to spin.
Josh Rogers is a driver, though, who is heading through the middle sector here, through the final few corners, excuse me. And will this be a quick lap time for Josh Rogers? Josh Nowak actually climbs to the top of the timing screens. The screens are resetting as each driver crosses the line. Madison Down on pole, bumped down to the 2nd position by Josh Rogers with a 30.9. 8 tenths in front now, only 7 tenths as Jake Burton with a quick lap time slots himself in a P2. How about Dane Warren though with a 30.5? Dane Warren now into the 1st position provisionally. Jake Maloney into the 3rd position across the line as well. More drivers jumping up the order. Ethan Warren across the line heads into 4th. The timing screen's updating every single second after that first stint.
Yeah, certainly. And Dane Warren coming out the best out of all of that. 4 tenths ahead of Josh Rogers, and he's immediately going out for another crack at it because he knows Rogers will have seen that time and he'll want to respond to it quick, sharp.
So you can see the timer at the top left-hand side of the screen, just over 15 minutes remaining as well, as Jared Filsell now begins an important lap. Will he spoil the party for the likes of Madison Down or Josh Rogers? Jared Filsell currently scored 3rd in the standings and has an opportunity here for all event of the Aussie drivers. Oh, goodness gracious, Filsell there caught the grass, didn't he?
Yeah, he certainly did, which you don't want to do here. He's just tiptoeing his way through this section right now. Early turn in, early throttle, out onto this flat-out section. You can't call it a straight. It's just constant sweeping bends, but it is one of the fastest points you reach on the circuit. Got to take that straight line here, bounce off this curb. Be careful of the wall and careful of the traffic as well. Driver with troubles up ahead. Careful on the throttle out of here. And then up through this double apex left-hander and straight into a right-hand hairpin, and this is one of the places on the circuit where you can really mess up. Phil Sell, fortunately, puts the power down very nicely, and then they come through these last couple of turns that I was talking about before. No runoff to work with here. So Phil Sell doing very well to keep it out of the wall. So let's see what kind of lap time this is, Johnny.
He needs a 30.5 to climb into pole position. How about Phil Sell across the line? A 1 minute 31.222. Richie Benner there in the 4th position. How about Phil Sell now exits the pit lane, so he's going to straight away begin another lap. Now, where is Madison down out on the racetrack? Let's take a look at Josh Rogers first of all, who's through turn 7 at the moment and through turn 8. Now, he's got some traffic up ahead there of Zach Best. Now, I wouldn't call that traffic because Zach Best could be besting his own lap time here towards the end of the lap. Rogers, though, seems to be on an out lap nevertheless. I think he's taking it easy.
Yeah, and that's entirely fair to him as we take a look at Madison Down making his way through the last sector here. Bit of a retro livery here for Trans-Tasman Racing. This is bringing it back to one of the first liveries they ran on the V8 Supercar in iRacing. Of course, the V8 Supercar, this particular model, was the genesis for a lot of what goes on here at SimSpeedTV. We started off broadcasting the Monday night top split of V8 Supercars in official racing, and it's evolved into the juggernaut that it is today. We celebrate our 7th birthday next week. Someone's spinning in front of Madison Down, but he sets a 32-1. A 31-2, sorry. I can numbers.
So that's important. That's important because Madison Downer may have been wanting to set a second lap time in succession. And I'm thinking, I might be wrong, but maybe that traffic did get in the way. Nevertheless, Dane Warren is close to finishing a lap here. He's already set 1. He normally does these 2-lap stints. Here he is for another.
Oh, no.
Traffic up ahead there. Oh, that's going to cost him. It certainly is. And that's Sean Kelly. And Dane certainly not pleased. I mean, that's quite obviously deliberate there. And Dane certainly wasn't happy with Sean Kelly getting in the way.
Certainly not. That's a real shame there. But if we look at Rogers, once again following Zach Best, climbing all over the curb there is Rogers and taking that late apex. Looking very good there. We'll see how they go through these last couple of turns. Zach Best running a bit wide, just keeping it out of the wall though. Have a look at Rogers just getting straight on the throttle, bit of a slide. He's got a tiny bit of a draft to deal with down here, which I suppose is welcome. Lap time? None.
Doesn't improve Josh Rogers. Actually, that lap time didn't count in the end. No. So I think Rogers may have tapped a wall or had an off track somewhere. So the lap time was disqualified by the race stewards. How about Josh Nowak? He is currently scored 11th. And Nowak in that psychedelic livery he has right now in the number 373 Ford Falcon comes across the middle sector. This is... Now, it reminds me a lot of Sochi, doesn't it? Formula One much, but the first sector to the Sochi circuit. A much slower and more progressive version, like we said. Here's Nowak through the final sector.
Yes, indeed. It's much slower, and I think a couple more apexes involved as well. Josh Nowak coming through these last couple of meters of track. That's going to be a 32-1 for him. He improves in time, but does not improve in position.
And Phil Sell up into the 2nd position. A quick lap time by Jared Phil Sell. And he's less than 1/10 of a second off pole. So Warren is under pressure here. That's Dane Warren, because Ethan Warren is now through the exit of the Sochi Autodrome. And now through turn 12 coming up shortly. See Warren now. Turn 12, it's so easy to touch the wall there, and I think he did. Now, will that nullify his lap time? That's the question.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if the lap time registers. Sparks did fly, but could be misleading. No lap time.
Is Madison down, though, through the exit of turn 11. Madison, just a bit slow through the exit. Wasn't Madison down there?
There certainly was. He's not having a good qualifying session by his standards, and he's right into the wall as well. Big shame. So he's going to go straight back to the pits and go for another run halfway through this session on the clock. So time is running out for the drivers to get those laps.
It's Mitchell McLeod. He's got a lot of damage. He hasn't finished a lap time now. He's currently last out of all the drivers. But for Mitchell McLeod, though, we've seen him in the past 2 races, Reese. In the last few moments of the session, set a blistering lap time. The Talking driver looking to do the same here at Belle Isle.
Yeah, certainly. And into the wall goes Mitch. Very unfortunate. Mitch was one of the top drivers in the early days of the Ford Falcon on iRacing. And, the community has changed quite a bit in the interim. Cars have changed quite a bit in the interim. McLeod struggling at Belle Isle, but he's shown. Oh, that's a bit awkward. Meanwhile, we look at Steve Jansen. And Jansen currently occupying position 22. He's having a bit of trouble under brakes there, almost getting into the wall. Car number 280. Sorry.
No, Steve Jansen there, you're right. Excuse me. Having some technical issues. Roboto Reese Gardner behind the scenes. I thought it was me for a second, but here's Jansen through turn 11. Oh, he had the little slide, but here's turn 12. It should be called Killer Corner. It's killing the laps of everybody in qualifying right now. But Steve Jansen takes it easy through there, and that's the thing, Reese. Do you set a lap time on the board but go slow through turn 12? Or do you hit the wall and nullify the lap time altogether? It's like these drivers just can't perfect one or the other.
Well, you get a time on the board. I think that is that's the default option. But unfortunately, the walls beckon quite a bit here as we look at Glenn Postlethwaite. Oh.
Postlethwaite there almost lost it. And Glenn is someone who missed the practice session out at Bathurst. And has plenty of practice time here in the Ford. Belle Isle runs deep into turn 12, does Postlethwaite. And picks it up together there. May have lost him for a little bit, but he now continues through these final couple of corners here. Through turn 14 goes Glenn Postlethwaite. Now across the start-finish line. And he will, no lap time set for him as well. He's going to continue this time round. And he's going to hit the wall through turn 2. Everybody's just pushing a little bit too hard, Reese. And this is what's so entertaining about Belle Isle. This racetrack is, we said it's progressive. I'm telling you, in this car, and you called it, Reese, before the race, could be the most entertaining race of the 3.
Yeah, certainly. Belle Isle, the first street circuit on iRacing to be fully released to the public in a finished form as Madison improves. No position improvement, though. He's very close to Jake Maloney, though. But Belle Isle, I think it's proven to be one of those circuits that everyone thinks they're better at than they actually are. And so people tend to push quite a bit more and make some more mistakes than they otherwise would.
Ross Rizzo into the wall as well. We've seen better from Ross Rizzo, haven't we? Ross Rizzo from Brisbane, Queensland. The Trick SimSports driver now in the pit lane. And he's ready to go for another lap as well. So the 27-year-old still has time as well. How about Thomas Hens, though? He looks quick. Only a P17 so far. Now Hens, again, needs to improve here. The All-Star Motorsport driver has a lot of time to make up. Only in P17 with a 32.3 over under 2 seconds, off the pace from pole position.
That's exactly right, and he's run wide and just kisses the wall, so that's going to be another abandoned attempt in this qualifying session as we look at Rogers once again out on track, coming on to the back stretch. We're coming up to 5 minutes to go in the qualifying session before these drivers go for the 18-lapper race.
Into the braking zone of Strand Drive goes Rogers. There's that makeshift curb. And through the makeshift Sochi Autodrome section, through 8 and 9. Now the left-hander of 10. Here's his double apex left-hander of turn 10. Over the curb is Josh Rogers, trying to find as much lap time as possible, trying to reduce that lap time. He's set a 30.9 at the moment. He's got 0.4 of a second to make up. Is it enough to climb up into provisional pole here with just under 5 minutes remaining in this session? Rogers across the final few corners in qualifying. Will he snatch pole position away from Dane Warren? Here he is across the line, a 30.6. Only good enough for the front row, but he does improve.
It's close up the front there in the top three. Dane Warren a 30.5, 30.6 for Rogers and Phil Sell. As we look at Madison Down, he's got a bit to prove here. He needs to find half a second to try and get that pole position. And at a track like Belle Isle, it really is position that matters, because overtaking opportunities may be there, but there is a lot waiting for you if you mess it up.
Is Madison Down through the middle sector, running that historic livery in the number 77 Ford Falcon. Wow, was that aggressive over the curves. I think Madison's butchered the lap here. He certainly pushed a little bit too hot there, Reese. And let's see if it's any quick in terms of lap time. I don't think so.
We'll see. He's going through those double apexes now. Just sliding the car, trying to extract every bit of straight line speed that he can. Well, lap time will show a 31.048. So he manages to vault Jake Maloney by a single thousandth of a second.
How quick could Madison Down be if it wasn't for that mistake in the middle sector? And he's only 1,000th of a second above Jake Maloney. How about Blake Neck, though? Blake Neck, through the middle sector he goes, through the braking zone of turn 7, the ever difficult braking zone of turn 7. Here's Neck now. Awfully close to the wall. Oh, he's sliding a bit too much, isn't he? But he just manages to keep it together. Misses the apex, though, through turn 11. Oh, and he's made a mockery at the end of this lap.
Certainly, that's not going to help his current P13 at all. Blake just short shifting. You can tell, like, comparing him and Rogers. Oh, is that a clip of the wall that I could see? Blake Neck, unfortunately, that is not going to be a registered lap time for him.
How about Jake Maloney, though, who was just pipped by Madison Down for that 4th position. Jake Maloney demoted to the 2nd row. Here he is, the middle sector. Through the 1st sector, actually, now beginning through turn 6 here. Now onto the long straight of Strand Drive. Up close to the wall is Jake Maloney. How do these drivers do it?
Very good question that many of us have yet to answer for ourselves. Maloney very late on the brakes. Oh, he's overshot. Oh. Big wall hit there.
That is qualifying session over for Jake Maloney. They will not make it in time to the pits and be able to continue a new lap. There's definitely not enough time. That session over for Maloney. I think he realizes it too. He pulls back into the garage, but there's still other drivers out there. Warren in the pits. Rogers in the pits. Phil Sell is parked. Phil Sell won't set another lap time. So the day is done for Phil Sell in terms of qualifying. But what about Madison Down in the 4th position now? Here's Madison Down through turn 3. Talk us through the rest of this lap, Reese. Let's hope it's a good one for Madison Down for his championship charge.
Yeah, certainly. Well, he's using as much of the curb as he dares in turn 4. Coming up through these corners, very cautious, but still trying to eke as much pace out of that car as he can. Now the back section, he's got to try and take as wide an entry into that braking zone as he can. Straight line it, but don't go too far to the right. Oh, there we go. That's very nice from him. Almost glancing off the wall, but as he comes through the never-ending left-handers, big curb usage there, but he's not doing what Rogers does and using that second left-hand curb. He's using the first one more, and I think that might be hurting his exit down this section here. Not quite sure. He does have a bit of traffic up ahead, but we'll see what he can do here.
He's pushing, though, Madison Down. Through the final corner he'll go. Is this enough to climb into the front row. Madison down across the line. Checkered flags waves and improves his time, but not his position. He's into the 1-minute 30s, but that should be a bit of a buffer to keep that second row's position. How about Jake Maloney, though, who's coming through now? Turn 7 hits the wall. Jake Maloney, I think that will be lap time done. So he's on an outlap regardless of that. Jake Maloney, he's pushing to the limit, isn't he, for an outlap? Glenn Postlethwaite, he's almost spinning around. I think his day is done as well. Everyone in your top 10 at the moment is not able to set a quick lap time race. How about McMillan, who's just promoted himself to P12?
Yeah, with a 32.018 right at the end there. Very nicely done in the number 248. The last person out on track setting a competitive time is going to be Thomas Hens, who is making his way through the last sections of the circuit now. Just kissing the curbs.
Cautious.
Yeah, very cautious, but still not quite able to keep the car in a straight line in that acceleration zone, which is really what you need. Oh, big slide. Unfortunately, I think that may be lap over for Hinsey. That's unfortunate, but he's going to see through anyway.
Excuse me, sorry, Rhys. The exit out of 12 is so critical as Hens now crosses the line. A 32.3 to beat and only a 32.4. If you think about it, that mistake could have... Blake Neck as well.
Oh.
Also, excuse me, Zach Best promoted himself to 11th there across the line. I was looking at Blake Neck as well. So some late lap time promotions by those guys there. I wasn't expecting that to happen, but great lap time from Zach Best. Let's have a look at your grid before the race here today for 18 laps of action. And Warren, how about that for the X Factor? He's currently on pole position and will start from pole here at Belle Isle alongside Josh Rogers. Now, Josh, remember, has won the last and only 2 races of the Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown, but he doesn't lead the championship. He doesn't lead the championship, excuse me. That goes to Madison Down in the 4th position. They're split. Cell in the 3rd position, who only just finished behind Josh Rogers for that 2nd spot. The rest of your top 10 will include Jake Maloney, Brady Myers, Jake Burton, Glenn Postlethwaite, Ethan Warren, and Luke Harvey. The rest of the grid on screen, of course, as well. Now, this is very unique, Reese, because I think this might be the shortest run to turn 1 I know of. Less than 150 meters, and it could prove critical for turn 3 because the line going down onto that next straight is what's important.
It absolutely is. You need to get that line exactly right through those first 2 turns, and when you're running side by side with someone just off the grid, well, it puts quite the spanner in the works. So a lot of the guys back in the field will be wanting to be as careful as they can. But Dane Warren up the front, if he gets a good start, then he will have the chef's choice, I suppose you could say, of lines coming into turns 1 and 2. We will wait further to see what these guys do. Looks like this is a 2-minute grid time for this particular one. So the driver's sitting there for quite some time on the start grid. The nerves must be high.
Certainly are. Thanks for joining us as well to all you viewers today. You have been remarkable as always. You're watching the Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown on SimSpeedTV and broadcasted live on the iRacing eSports Network. 18 laps of racing action coming up soon. The engines rev. Lights illuminate. We go green from Belle Isle.
What a start from Dane Warren. Have a look at that. Great. But Rogers, he's in trouble. Phil Cell already by him into turn 1. So who is going to come out of this one unscathed? Jake Burton side by side with Glenn Postlethwaite. We got cars around in the background. Certainly not an optimal start for a few guys, but they come down to turn 3, and Dane Warren leading the way from Jared Philsell, from Josh Rogers. Jake Maloney has made his way past Madison Down in those first few corners. Jake Burton in the wall. Zach Best, have a look at him. He is right beside Luke Harvey. They're going side by side through the slow section. Best in the wall, little bit of contact. He's almost around. Oh, goodness me, just maintaining a straight line momentum.
Best keeps it together. He got a slight tap from Ethan Warren, and now Glenn Postlethwaite is slow. So something's wrong for Glenn Postlethwaite. And look at the lead here as well. Oh, goodness. Phil Sell awfully close to Dane Warren, of course. But the start there for Rogers and Down was very slow on that inside line, and it cost them both positions, because look at Jake Maloney as well, who's up ahead of Madison Down. Madison now into the 5th position. Now, don't forget, if Rogers wins this race, Madison needs to finish 4th or higher to win the Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown. Now, that is before we account for bonus points. So keep track of that during the race. But at the end of the first lap, Warren still leads. Look how close Jared Filsell is. But this is important, Reese, for Joshua Rogers to make a move early on in the event.
It absolutely is. He wants to try and get that done as soon as he can, because Belle Isle, very much a follow-the-leader type circuit. Dane Warren going defensive against Jared Filsell there. Of course, this turn 3 complex is a bit faster than you might expect. You can get on the throttle much sooner. This top 3 have broken away from the rest of the field right now. It looks like Jake Maloney is the cork in Madison Down's bottle.
That's exactly right. Well put there. And Maloney is that roadblock who could help Josh Rogers' championship charge right now. Madison Down needs to find a way past. Look at the battling as well. Zach Best. He's into the wall. So Zach Best, after that brilliant qualifying performance, has fell into troubles right now. He's just gone into the wall. Something's gone wrong for Zach Best, and he's now pulled off the racetrack. He is out of the event and officially retired from this event. But look at the lead right now. Warren still hounded by Phil Sell here in the middle sector.
Yeah, certainly is. That top 3 looking very comfortable there in the lead. Well, I mean, comfortable in terms of their relative position to everyone else. It's definitely not comfortable in any of the cockpits of those Ford Falcons as they come around to complete lap 2. A little bit of oversteer from Dane Warren. I tell you what, as the race goes on, as the tyres heat up, as the track heats up, those rear tyres are going to start complaining.
Tyres are certainly going to be an issue here today. Look at Madison Down, though, setting up Jake Maloney for a possible pass into turn 3. Down as the exit. Maloney hugs the concrete barrier, and there's no way through for Madison up the inside. Aggressive defending. I think Nico Rosberg's watching this event right now. And look how deep Maloney goes into the braking zone as well. Brady Myers is close too, but down for the switch back into turn 4. They're still alongside each other here, tussling for position, and now into the left-hander of turn 5. The outside line never works here at Belle Isle, and that's why Madison Down forms up into position.
Yeah, well, he's going to have to concentrate on that exit as Thomas McMillan is now out of the race. He spun it, unfortunately, so that's his event. Well and truly done. Lee Ellis out as well. McMillan just spun at turn 2. That was a fair hit. Oh, no! Oh, no! Dane Warren! He's back into 3rd.
Oh, there's trouble, and that might have been at the infamous turn 7. We'll have a look at the replay surely soon of that. Well, here it is on screen right now when Dane Warren, oh, he's just into the braking zone, I think is where it's happened, Reese.
Yeah, definitely looks like it. He's just hit the wall, ran a bit too deep, so that's very unfortunate for him. Phil Sell and Rogers now by.
How critical, though, is this right now for Madison Down? Does Dane Warren have terminal damage as they all cross the start-finish line? Rogers now has one less car to pick off a race victory, but look how tail-happy Jake Maloney is through the first couple of corners. This time,
Dan will have to go for the inside here. He'll have to.
He does exactly that. Dives to the inside. Credit to Jake Maloney sticking it around the outside. Oh, it's going to be close through here, isn't it? But Madison Down, robust. He's just so confident, isn't he, Madison Down? Oh, into the wall, down. He's cost himself a position from that as well.
He just ran too deep into that turn. Maloney struggling to keep that rear end under control as well. Drivers are starting to show their weakness. The fatigue is starting to show after a long night of racing. Madison Down in a bit of trouble here. He was almost able to maintain that pace over Maloney, but Tell you what, Jake, he just had that traction. He was able to stick the nose back in where it mattered.
It's not over for Madison Down, though. He certainly doesn't want to collect damage in that TTR eSports car. Sorry, excuse me. I'm getting mixed up with teams here. The Trans-Tasman Racing car. TTL eSports? There's
Yes.
too many TTs and TTRs and TTLs. We've got to get used to it all. But
look, everyone in Australia is a member of TLA. You know what that stands for?
No? What's that?
Three-letter acronym.
Translucent. I don't know.
Three-letter acronym, TLA. It's a joke. It's a joke, sir.
Oh.
My God. Oh, there's problems up at the front. Phil Sell, he's had a bit of a slide. Roger's right on the back of him here, Johnny.
Yeah, so Rogers now at the back of Phil Sell. There's still racing action going on. They're through the middle sector. And this will be turn 6 coming up now on the run to Sunset, to Strand Drive. You throw me off my game now, Reese. I can't commentate. This is too far.
That's what I do. That's what I do. It's what I'm here for. But these two are fighting tooth and nail for the victory here. Jared Philsell knows. He's just glanced off the wall, but he knows that he needs to keep Rogers behind, possibly to help out Madison Down. But remember, they're also competing against each other as well. It doesn't matter what your team alliance is. You're all competing for the same thing, and the points are still very close up the front. Oh, Rogers with an issue.
Rogers with an issue there on the exit, but I don't think it will cost him too much in terms of damage. Just in terms of time, here's the infamous turn 12, which could end a few races here today. Rogers, though, is pushing. I always remember these two from when I first got into iRacing in the V8s. It was always Phil Sell and Rogers in some iconic battles. And yet again, I come back to the Aussie scene, and this is what we see here today.
The more things change, the more they stay the same, right?
Well said, I guess.
Certainly. But they're still very much pressuring each other up the front. Phil Sell with a 31 on the last, 31.9 on the last lap. Rogers with a 31.89. So still very close. And Dane Warren, he's managed to break back away from the pack headed by Jake Maloney. Madison Down has just not been able to make headway.
Oh, Phil Sell's touched the wall there into the braking zone of turn 6. And this could allow Josh Rogers a run for the lead here as he hunts him down. The TTL Esports young man could find his way straight past Jared Phil Sell. TTL Esports representative is Josh Rogers. He's also a Burst Esport representative in the international scene. One of the rising teams in esports, 2 teams that are rising teams in esports, and they have a rising driver in Josh Rogers, who's searching for the championship here in the Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar showdown. Here they are through the final sector. Rogers not close enough for a move.
No, certainly not. And with the end of lap 6 looming, that is a 3rd race distance completed. It's just Phil Sell is able to place his car in all the right positions. Rogers just overshooting certain corners where he can't afford to. So Phil Sell doing a very good job to hold off his pressures, as he has many, many times before. Meanwhile, further back in the field, I'm seeing Mitch McLeod in quite the battle with Blake Neck.
Now, as we see Blake Neck here, very close to Mitch McLeod. But how about Glenn Postlethwaite? Now, remember, Glenn had some issues early on in the event. Oh, Mitch McLeod's pulling off. Something's wrong for Mitch McLeod. He's letting the field through. Maybe an off-track, possibly? Who knows?
Perhaps. That's very
car into
unfortunate
the
of him.
wall.
Oh, yeah, that's Neck.
Blake Neck, who, man who races for Geodesic Racing, is now facing more troubles. He's got a psychedelic livery up in front, as we see. He's got more trouble as well with some damage. Phil Sell pushing deep into the braking zone of 7. Joshua Rogers here for the middle sector. Looks composed, but when is he going to attack? That's the next question.
Yeah, well, it's not easy to attack at Belle Isle, as we've seen through turns 3 and 4 as McLeod is stopped. It looks like his night may be over. But through turns 3 and 4, You can hold the outside. Phil Sell. Oh, Phil Sell just glancing off the wall. This is opening up the run to Josh Rogers. But they won't be able to make any moves coming into the first 2 turns. That car just does not have the rubber to make that work. Phil Sell with a little bit of a slide over the rise as they come over that bridge. He's going to stay defensive. Rogers with a good run. He's going to have to go straight to the outside.
Deep is Phil Sell, though. He almost missed his brake marker, and that allows Josh Rogers an opportunity for the lead here if he can send it deep into turn 4. Brilliant driving from Josh Rogers. Phil Sell looking for a switchback. That outside line never works here at Belle Isle. Phil Sell has to back out. And finally, Josh Rogers promotes himself to the first position here for race 3.
This is very significant for Josh Rogers. This could almost give him the points that he needs to take the win here. Remember, Madison Down is still in 6th place. So, points-wise, before we award bonus points, as Aussie Driver Search does, Rogers may have this.
It's a 5-point difference between 1st and 6th position. 40 points for 1st place. And of course, we have 35 points for P6. And of course, you have to account for bonus points. So right now, without bonus points, Rogers would win this championship by a single point. Now, where the bonus points goes, that's another question in itself. How clean has Madison Down kept into play? He won't be the hardest charger, of course, but racecraft comes into play. Consistency, of course, too. Madison Down, there's a reason why he's claimed the most bonus points heading into this race. Will it be enough to win the championship?
No idea, man. Jake Burton into the pits. So, obviously, his night is over as well as the curtain begins to fall. McLeod's damage, unfortunately, has killed his race. So, McLeod, another of your retirees here, joining the list of Jake Burton, Thomas McMillan, Lee Ellis, Zach Best, Luca Giacomin, and Dominic Ferraris. So, big race of attrition here at Belle Isle.
Thing is, though, Reese, the top 7.
Oh, Phil Sell!
Oh, what's wrong with Phil Sell?
Oh, he's had a big off. Gosh. Oh, well, not necessarily an off, but a big mistake nonetheless. That's just extended Rogers' lead.
And the thing is, Phil Sell's almost avoided contact with the barrier, so he's just lost time from that. The top 7 all have 0 incident points to their name. So in terms of clean driving, that is important for that top 7. But of course, we've seen a lot of 0Xs, Reese, which for anyone new in iRacing, care to explain the 0X?
Yes, indeed. Well, the 0X basically is a way of iRacing registering that you've made contact with a wall or a car, but it hasn't been enough to cause any sort of meaningful effect. Unfortunately, a 0X can basically invalidate a lap time. It doesn't even need to be like a full incident point. It just needs to be registered as a contact for it to count. Of course, 0Xs. Oh, Phil Sell with more issues. He's in the wall. That's definitely going to be more than a 0X.
Yeah, well, there goes our top 7 of cleanliness. And Phil Sell, more issues on the exit. Oh, he slammed into the barrier. That's his race done. He's raged it into the wall as well. Phil Sell's done and dusted. That car's blown. Game over. Jared Phil Sell. And this is critical for the championship, though, Reese, because that promotes Madison down to 5th.
It certainly does. Ethan Warren and Luke Harvey are the 2 guys currently on screen. Harvey chasing Warren, and it looks like Warren actually made his way past Harvey before. Harvey just having a little bit of a look in the braking zone, but this is not a place we usually overtake. Ethan running a little wide on exit as well, so he's still trying to find his feet after making his way past Harvey, and Phil Sell leaving the server. His night definitely over.
So right now, Rogers and Down are tied the championship lead, and Rogers with 3 race wins will claim that championship. But how about Madison Down, though? Will anybody up ahead make a mistake? Will bonus points come his way? We'll all find out in these remaining laps as Joshua Rogers begins lap 11 of 18 in this race. Rogers has driven splendidly, but how about Jake Maloney, a driver who has kept it together? You know, he was about to be passed by Madison Down, now finds himself into a provisional podium spot. How about that for Mr. Maloney?
Yes, indeed. Jake Maloney, he's been Mr. Consistency throughout V8 Scops in the past couple of years. Actually threatened the championship lead last year just simply by finishing more races than everyone else did. He's definitely one of those guys who takes it easy, keeps it clean, and then makes sure that he is there at the end when the checkered flag falls, when it counts. I will say one thing though, with respect to Madison Down. The reason he was able to get those bonus points is for consistency. Those were the consistency points were what got him the championship lead. I don't think he'll be able to qualify for consistency points here, especially after his incidents.
And how consistency is awarded, the driver is allowed 3 bonus points, and it's awarded to the driver in each race with the smallest time margin between their fastest lap and average lap. A driver must finish on the lead lap to qualify as well, so you can't tank yourself like you see in Formula 1 and take a fresh set of tires like Fernando Alonso, start last, and then go set fastest lap of the race to get your stats up. It's not like that. You got to finish on the lead lap. You got to finish quick. You got to be up there. And Madison Down has done exactly that the past couple of races. Other bonus points on offer as well. We have the Mechanical Sympathy Award, 3 points. It's awarded to the driver with the lowest number of incidents. The driver must complete the full race distance to qualify. And of course, Racecraft 2 Reese. It's awarded to the driver who gained the most positions.
Oh, Maloney! Oh, my apologies, Jonathan. That is a big slide there for Maloney. That's put him right back behind Down and Myers.
Yeah, locked up in the braking zone did Jake Maloney. Just got a bit too hot and almost collected Madison Down, and that could have been pivotal. But have a look at this now. So this is so important right now as Myers now is very close. Madison Down with 4th position here will win the championship without bonus points. So this is crucial for Madison Down, but can he also promote himself another spot past Brady Myers, who's driven splendidly?
I tell you what, as we come up to the end of this one, the end of lap 12, 2/3 race distance completed. It's at this point where the cracks start to show, where the fault lines start to form. This is the point where the drivers who are able to see a race through to the end without making huge mistakes, that's when they come to the fore. Madison Down, I think he's made his mistakes for this race. Now he's just concentrating on getting those lap times, being consistent, making sure that he doesn't crash, and making sure that he'll secure himself this title.
This is crucially important. Rogers, a 6-second advantage over Dane Warren is enough to yield comfortable laps the remainder of this event here. Brady Myers, though. Brady Myers came into this event, Reese, 16th in the championship. Currently in the podium positions. That's a remarkable drive. It reminds me a lot of, this is going to sound very weird, but like, remember when Rubens Barrichello got podium in the Honda in 2008 at Silverstone?
Oh, yeah, I remember that.
One of those events. Just an uncanny podium. Good result for Brady Myers.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, Myers, he's shown some really good form in other series in the past year, especially since joining TTL eSports. But you are right. In this particular event, this 3-race event, he's sort of not been as much on the radar as I guess some people would have expected him to. But he's really come to the fore in this event. And, you know, him holding a podium position, I think when the checkered flag falls, he'll be very happy with that.
Certainly will. But Madison Down is hunting and could promote himself another spot here, which is important because this extra point could be the difference for Madison Down. And all bonus points come into play, of course, too. Across the start-finish line they go. This is lap 14 of 18 for these guys. But in the background, though, there are a few cars around as well, Reese. Oh, goodness. Triple One of Craig Jones having issues. Yeah.
Yeah, certainly. And he's going very slow at the moment. That's not good at all. It looks like that was contact with Postlethwaite, who had hit the wall.
And Postlethwaite always stays done. Look at Glenn Postlethwaite.
Yeah, wow. That's quite the amount of damage. Goodness me, he got absolutely pinballed there. I think Ashley Lear was involved in that as well.
So Posse, he's out of the race, and the drivers behind just had nowhere to go at the end of the day. But Ross Rizzo now and Stephen Varga are awfully close here into turn 3. Look at this tight battle between the two. Stephen Varga up ahead, trying to stay ahead. The driver of Ross Rizzo looking for a move around the outside. Ross, that's not going to work. He knows better than that.
Over under.
I'm going to done. He is the trick SimSports driver, but just can't pull off a trick there.
No, certainly not. And his rear end playing a couple of tricks on him there as well. Unfortunately, Rizzo not getting the traction that he needs down that section, and Ashley Lear lets them by. Josh Nowak currently on screen. This guy has been one of the standout competitors in this race. Whoa!
That was Chris Coxhead. Chris Coxhead into the wall at turn 12. And needs to get out of the way of a few drivers behind. Thomas Hintz makes his way across the start-finish line. Thomas Hintz is now into the top 10 as well. Thomas Hintz. In terms of drivers who are making their way up through this field, how about Kurt Stenberg here, Reese? Started 25th into 11th.
Wow. Yeah, certainly. Stenberg, when he's able to avoid incidents, you know, he's not the kind of driver who instigates incidents. He often ends up finding himself in them due to the actions of other drivers. But when he manages to avoid that, when he manages to put in those consistent lap times, you can find him as one of the biggest climbers in almost any field that he's in. Proving it once again here today, 25th to 11th. Great run. Chris Coxhead, unfortunately, retiring from that crash we just witnessed.
And that was quite a bizarre incident, Chris Coxhead there at turn 12. Nevertheless, it doesn't phase the leaders up ahead, because Josh Rogers, an update on that. He's currently leading by 7.5 seconds ahead of Dane Warren here on lap 15 of 18. Warren in the second position is followed by Brady Myers in third. They are joined by Madison Down, who is doing enough right now to claim the championship in the Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown. Jake Maloney is in fifth, followed by Ethan Warren, who's quite a mile behind. Luke Harvey in seventh. The rest of the top 10 includes Josh Nowak, Scotty McQueen, Thomas Hintz, the 10th position. What a race it's been so far, Reese. I expected this. There has been a lot of incidents, but it has been less of a race of attrition than I thought it would be, which is a good thing.
Yeah, I was definitely expecting this race to be more explosive than it has turned out to be, but it's still resulted in some very dramatic moments, which, you know, we always love up here in the commentary box, gives us something to scream at. But Brady Myers, one of those drivers that I think symbolizes what this race has become about. Drivers just keeping it consistent and making sure that they are there at the end.
And that end is coming soon as Rogers will begin the penultimate lap of the event sometime soon. He rounds turn 13, now through the final corner of 14. Rogers, with 2 laps to go, looks set to claim victory. He's done all he needed to do, and this is the bizarre thing, Reese. By winning all 3 races to win the championship. How about that?
Yeah, that's certainly not something that you would expect. I mean, in terms of outright pace, Josh Rogers has been one of the best. He's certainly benefited from the incidents of others. But yeah, I think it'll be very unfortunate in the TTL camp if you know, Down does end up winning this. It'll be heartbreak for them, certainly.
Here's Madison Down. One more position will absolutely cement championship, probably. Here they are through turn 6 now. Oh, down. May have collected the wall. That's not going to go well for consistency either. He needs to be thinking big picture here. Jake Maloney's not even close, mate. Don't worry about him. Maybe make a move across Brady Myers. Maybe just keep it poised. Keep it calm. Keep it smooth. Into the braking zone they go. Maloney's made a mistake behind as well. Madison down, looking for the outside line. You cannot pass it to here. Oh, blocking is Brady Myers on the exit of turn 8. And Madison down will certainly not be happy with that antic.
No, certainly not. Oh, have a look at Maloney diving straight to the inside. I'm not sure what was going on there, but things are getting very feisty in these last couple of laps. Josh Rogers, meanwhile, has just started the final lap. White flag here at Belle Isle, but the battle still continues for that final podium spot.
What would you do in down situation? Would you go for the move? Risk it?
No. He's in 4th. He's got enough to complete that. Janssen in the fence, unfortunately. I don't know, man. The question is, what bonus points is he eligible for? We're still not quite sure. Oh, Brady Myers in the wall. Well, there we go. Madison down didn't need to make the decision. Maloney and Myers both with incidents, and Madison down now in P3.
That's on the final lap of the event. The top 3 drivers all have 0 incident points, and that's critical for bonus points later on today. Has Rogers done enough with 3 race victories, or will Madison down be championship victor by the end when all things are said and done? For Brady Myers, what a thrilling event it was for Brady Myers. He'll be kicking himself in the cockpit of that TTL eSports Ford Falcon. So, has only a few more corners to go before he will clean sweep all 3 race victories here through the infamous turn 12 and 13. Through 14, Rogers, a clean sweep, the hat trick for the TTL eSports driver. He is winner at Belle Isle for the Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown. 18 laps of thrilling racing here at Belle Isle are completed. Dane Warren will round out the podium along with Madison Down, who could potentially be champion. The points are all set and calculated for Madison Down. What an event it's been. Put the pressure on Brady Myers as well as Maloney as well. Hins and Myers also made contact here as well. Myers stays ahead as well. We're still racing with these two heading towards the final couple of corners right now. Myers will stay ahead in the 9th position. How about Neck and Cameron Dance right now? It's a drag race to the start-finish line. Oh, it's so close between the two. And it looked like Cameron Dance may have got the position ahead of Break Next. 19 thousandths of a second across the finish line. What a finish there at Belle Isle.
Wow. Amazing stuff. I mean, it's I guess it's similar to what happened to Phil Cell last race at Bathurst. You can be sideways across the line, but as long as you have the position, that's all that matters.
But at the end of the day, championship could have gone to Madison Down here, Reese, and that is the critical aspect we need to talk about. Madison Down has remained consistent, shown a lot of racecraft, remained close to the top, and he made it close there, didn't he, in the end, for most of that race? Weren't classifying him as champion.
Yeah, certainly. We will have to wait a few minutes before official championship points come, but it certainly looks like Down could be the victor here by a slim margin. Still, what an event, man. What an event.
Oh, I'm out of breath. I don't even want to read the race results, but they'll be on screen in just a minute's time. Right now, excuse me. Josh Rogers wins the event after 27 minutes of racing action. Gosh, I'm out of breath after 27 minutes. What's going on? Dane Warren comes home in the 2nd position. Madison Down, our potential champion. Wait and see until all things are calculated at the end of this event. Rounded out the podium. Maloney ended up driving well and should have probably been in the podium positions. Still claims a respectable 4th position. Ethan Warren, who started 9th and down the order, ends up rounding out the top 5. What an event from the next 3 of Luke Harvey, Josh Nowak in that psychedelic Ford livery, and Scotty McQueen, who ended up 6th, 7th, and 8th. Scotty McQueen ended up finishing 10 positions above their starting position of 18th. Brady Myers started 6th, finishing 9th. That's actually a pretty cool way to finish the race. Thomas Hintz started 20th, up 10 positions, and rounded out the top 10. Hintz was involved closely with Myers in the final couple of corners, along with Cameron Dance and Blake Neck. We saw that drag race across the start-finish line. Rounding out the final drivers on the lead lap was Ross Rizzo, Ashley Lear, and Jacob Wallmeyer. A lot of DNFs in this race, of course, as well. We look at Chris Coxhead, who went straight into the wall. Postlethwaite, who unfortunately had been that car for most of that event, and it finally gave up towards the end of the day. Unfortunate for Phil Sell, who really had a shot at winning this race and ended up just making a mockery of that first sector as he was hunting down Rogers to reclaim victory. Jake Burton with some unfortunate issues too, along with Mitchell McLeod. Thomas McMillan had a shot to finish top 5 in the championship, but with that result in race 3, will have no shot of it. Zach Best and Luca Giacomin on the first lap of the event ended up in trouble. So, those are your results for this event. We'll take a quick ad break and join you shortly for post-race coverage of the Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown live on SimSpeedTV, the iRacing eSports network.
So I actually found out about the Aussie Driver Search program through Facebook, and my initial reason for actually entering it wasn't necessarily to win it. Obviously that's great, and we ended up winning it, which is great. But I actually just wanted to drive at Sandown, which is where one of the qualifying rounds were, because at the time there was talks about whether the track might not be around in the future. So just being able to drive a Toyota 86 Racing Series car at Sandown was a huge deal for me. My career was limited to karting simply for the same reason so many other young drivers in Australia can't progress further, and it's financial. We couldn't get the exposure to get the sponsors to go any further. Entered the qualifying round at Sandown. I got to drive 3 different cars, 10 minutes each, had lots of fun. I was first out in the 86 in the rain, which was a bit scary, my first time in a tin top race car, so that was a bit nerve-wracking. But yeah, then obviously was found out the night after that I made it through. Then we flew to Sydney Motorsport Park for the finale. It was me and 15 other guys going at it, just chasing lap time, making sure to not make any mistakes, and somehow we made it through to the top 3 and ended up taking home the win for it. Obviously there's a huge amount that's changed in terms of things I've had to learn. Obviously 12 years of karting, you get a relatively good idea of what you need to do. The learning curve is so steep, because not only have I hopped into car racing for the first time at tracks that I've never been to before, I've had to hop into a very competitive series. So it's just been a massive learning curve. Learning obviously this sort of stuff, the media elements, but the Aussie Driver Search guys have been really helpful with that. But it's been a lot of work behind the scenes just to make sure we're presented well, make sure we're performing at the track, doing everything we need to do to make sure the car's not only finishing races, but finishing well. I think Aussie Driver Search is actually a really, really good prelude to racing in a national category. You show up on the event day, you get your full 10 minutes in each car, but really 10 minutes is not a long time to learn the cars, learn the track, and put in competitive lap times and do the best job you can. But the reality is when you come here to one of these race meetings, you know, we're racing at Bathurst this weekend, I'm going to do probably at most 14 laps before qualifying. So it's quite similar in that point of view, in that you've got to learn really quick. When the Aussie Driver Search Comp came to Perth this year, I got the opportunity to judge, which was really interesting to see things from another perspective, be on the other side of the table in a sense. And then I got the opportunity to do some laps with Glenn Seaton sitting in the passenger seat, and having a 2-time Australian touring car champion sort of assessing you and teaching you how to go faster is an experience I'll never forget. Advice I'd give for the comp, don't think too much about the comp side of it. As I say, try and take it as an experience. Racing and driving some of these cars is a huge deal. If you can have fun, you're going to learn quick and you're going to feel comfortable. So enjoy the car, listen to the instructor, and just embrace the experience, I think, is a huge thing. And then if you manage to make it to the final, then just focus, no mistakes. Just hit every apex, just drive as well as you can. If you get the drive, you'll learn the specifics, but if you can get to sort of 99% of what that car can do, you'll do a really good job in the competition.
Once again, photo finish here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Will it be Tim Hogan? It's going to be Christopher DeMary at the line.
The following is a presentation of the iRacing eSports Network.
Welcome back to post-race coverage of the Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown. Boy, have we got a lot to speak about here after the 3-race event here tonight. And it's been a long event here today, but we'll have post-race interviews with Joshua Rogers and Madison Down. But before that, Jake Burton's joining us today again. Now, Jake, we're not here to speak about your race today, of course, because that didn't go too well at Belle Isle, but we're here to talk about an update on the championship.
Yeah, we are, guys. So, just looking at it, we've got our points. There's only 2 contenders. So Dane Maloney and Josh Nowak got 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and they're out of contention, too far behind. So it's obviously between Rogers and Madison, and I can say Josh Rogers is on 129 points after winning the Consistency Award as well as the Mechanical Sympathy Award in the last race, and Madison Down is on 128 after winning the Mechanical Sympathy Award as well in the last race. So it's going to come down to the media award. So I guess we should let you guys go and decide this one.
Yeah, for sure. And before we speak to Josh Rogers, Reese, how close is that for the championship challenge? It will certainly be quite nerve-wracking for these two as well come post-race interview time.
Yeah, certainly. It's up to them to perform in a media sense because, of course, the complete racing driver works well with the media as well. So, yeah, pressure definitely on for both of these guys. So they've done it out on the track. They've walked the walk. Now they need to talk the talk.
So the first person we will speak to will be Josh Rogers, who's just joined us here today. And Josh, welcome back. It's been a while since we spoke. The first thing I have to ask you is, you won all 3 races today, and there was a chance that you were not going to walk away points leader, even if you won all 3 races. How does that come to play in this championship?
Well, I mean, obviously, you've got those bonus points, which was just as important as finishing well. So, I wouldn't have been surprised. I think, Madison did a brilliant job, for sure, especially with, his consistency in the first 2 races and low incidents as well. I think he did a brilliant job. And at the end of the day, it comes down to that consistency. You can win every race, but get 10 incidents in every one, and it doesn't work out. So, yeah.
Talk about your races though today. How did you find yourself up into the lead 3 times in a row? You had pole position at Bathurst, and you were quite dominant through there, but it wasn't so easy, was it, at Belle Isle this last time out?
Belle Isle's it's such a tricky track. It's not a track we get to race on very often either, and being relatively new to the service as well, it's not necessarily one we do a lot of laps on either. So, obviously being a bit of a concrete canyon, it's very difficult, and especially in the old V8, which is a little bit quirky. It can bode a bit of a challenge, and it's a little bit unpredictable sometimes, especially with the tyre wear as well. So, yeah, definitely not an easy car track combo, but it all works out.
And talk about the opportunity of a lifetime as well. You could potentially, by the end of this all, have the opportunity to earn a place directly into the final of the 2018 Aussie Driver Search Pro competition at Wakefield Park Raceway. How will that change your life? Because I know you are a professional karter as well, and that's something that will certainly support you in your racing career.
Yeah, look, honestly, this opportunity that Burton, the Aussie Driver Search, and VRS has put on for us sim racers is quite special. It's not something you see very often, and it's probably the first of its kind outside of GT Academy and stuff. So, honestly, it would be life changing for me. I've been trying to break into cars for a long time, being a karter for 10 years. So, yeah, like I say, it would be an experience in a lifetime. And at the end of the day, even if it's not something you come out of victor, it's still a top-notch experience. Just getting to be in that bit of an atmosphere, and also drive those really impressive race cars. So, yeah, look, at the end of the day, it's as life-changing as everyone would think it would be. It's really quite a special thing that you guys have been able to put on.
So that, ladies and gentlemen, is your potential champion 2018 in the Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown, Joshua Rogers. Reese Gardner alongside me will be speaking to his championship challenger in Madison Down, who came home second in the championship and had a very dramatic final race.
Yes, indeed. Very dramatic final race indeed, Madison. But let's cast our minds back to the couple of races beforehand. Honestly, the bonus points were what kept you in that fight. You had Josh taking those victories, but with those bonus points for consistency, you were still in it. How did it feel?
Yeah, we were trying to be the whole package, I guess, with this event. So making sure if we couldn't win the races, we were really making sure that we could pick up the bonus points. And that wasn't just me, it was everyone in TTR. So I felt like we did a reasonably good job overall in those first two races. The third race wasn't quite what we were after, but yeah, no, not a bad night overall for me.
Not quite what you were after at all, unfortunately, here at Belle Isle. What went through your mind when you first made contact with the wall and got behind those two TTL guys?
I thought it was all over. Running the Momo panel along the fence, trying to decorate the fence at Belle Isle, but no, it was not. I don't know. It was just tough. I just got out wide in the marbles, and I thought I could hang around the outside of Maloney there, but yeah, just as I got to the mid corner, just understeered and plowed into the tyres, and had a fair bit of, not a fair bit, but a little bit of steering damage. 10 mil of toe in, I reckon, in the front right, so it really hurt the pace after that, but certainly made it interesting. Points at the end were pretty tight, so yeah, just tried to get as many spots as I could.
Yes, indeed. And ultimately, it ended up coming down to Josh Rogers getting bonus points and not you in Belle Isle. So how did you feel knowing that bonus points may have been out of your reach for Belle Isle?
Yeah, with the qualifying performance I had there, I knew it was going to be tough to grab those points. Those points are really important with the first few laps to make sure that you don't go too fast and use the tyre too hard early, and then you can basically keep your average lap times nice and close to what you did as a fastest lap. And losing that track position really hurt us early in the race because we had to battle a little bit more than what we wanted, which, yeah, as a result, basically lost me that award, I feel. But that's my fault. Did a rubbish job in qualifying, put myself back in the field, and unfortunately, it is what it is there. So, yeah, gave up a few points to Rogers. But big shout out just quickly to Rogers. 3 from 3, dominant tonight. Fantastic drive all night long. Thoroughly deserves it, particularly in that last race to come forward and get Jared like that. So, big well done to him.
Madison, your real-life racing career came to a bit of an apex a couple of years ago when you drove in the Aussie Racing Cars Championship at Sydney, the final round of the V8 Supercars. Is that the dream for you once again, to get into a series like that?
Absolutely. Ever since doing that, or ever since I was a kid, I wanted to race cars, and to get the opportunity to do that through the Race Centre Race to Reality contest was fantastic. Actually, very similar style competition, I guess, to something like Aussie Driver Search. So to win that one was the experience of a lifetime, and ever since doing it, I've wanted to get back into a race car at a national level, and something like Aussie Driver Search offers that to the general public that may not have the funding. Same for sim races. You know, we quite often hone our skills in the sim like this through these events, and great opportunity through Aussie Driver Search to get back into a race car. So as soon as I saw this, I jumped at it. I wanted to get back in the seat and see how we go. So that is definitely the dream.
Certainly. Well, Madison down there, everyone. The question is, which one of these guys, Jonathan Simon, will come out on top?
That's the question, Reese, and we'll find out after our final commercial break for the day. Don't leave us. You are watching the Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown live on SimSpeedTV, streaming live on the iRacing eSports Network.
The most realistic online racing sim ever made. This is iRacing. Detailed laser scan tracks, fully dynamic real world cars, and over 50 series to choose from. 6. Online World Championships offering over $100,000 in annual prizes. This is the original eSport racing game. This is iRacing.
Once again, photo finish here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Will it be Tim Hogan? It's going to be Christopher DeMerrick at the line.
Assist to the front bumper, and he hits him again now. Rayon Fowler into the outside wall.
He's going to pass nearly 3 cars down that front straightaway, and he's going to get them all done with. What amazing!
Lee to the inside goes Logan Cloudman is going to touch in. Pit press sideways. What a save!
Looks to the outside as Cronkite goes off. De Jong into second place.
Going for the switchback. Oh, pinpoint driving.
It's howling down to the inside.
He's trying this contact though.
Slide left to the racetrack. Chris Renner drives it back down underneath, and he takes that second spot right back. Joker goes to Garrett Lowe.
Garrett Lowe should take victory with all that contact.
He's going to try and make the move around the outside the parabolica. That's not going to work, but he's going to try and get the cut back here. Get the run out the parabolica. That's beautifully done there. Michael Schubert, there's a little bit of door banging as well.
following is a presentation of the iRacing eSports Network.
Welcome back to post-race coverage of the Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown live on SimSpeedTV and on the iRacing eSports Network. Well, here we are now. Post-race interviews over. The media work is done. Mr. Jake Burton, what is next now? The championship. Has it all been decided?
It has, in fact, Jonathan. So after 4 of the commentary and broadcast team have voted, voting towards a poll which has 25 points available, adding up to a total of 100 available points, I can say that Joshua Rogers has scored 74% out of 100%, and Madison Down has scored 78% out of 100%, meaning that Madison's been awarded the media award and takes the showdown by 2 points over Josh Rogers.
Okay, so
Wow.
Jake may have just cut off there at the end, but he did officially take the media award, and that means Madison Down, Reese, is our champion for the 2018 Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown, and that means, of course, Reese, that he will head to the final at Wakefield Park Raceway on December the 12th, 2018. We'll have a chat to him in just a moment's time, but Reese, that is a spectacular opportunity for Madison.
It certainly is. And, you know, to see Madison's first steps into real motorsport, into real life motorsport, rather, doing the Aussie racing cars at Sydney, you could tell like that was a big opportunity afforded to him. And now he gets another chance to do it down at Wakefield Park on December the 12th. That is an absolutely fantastic opportunity for him. Commiserations to Josh Rogers, of course, but it just goes to show how close this whole thing is, that that it's only decided by those 2 points.
And we will speak to your overall winner, Madison Down, who's joining us right now. And Madison, finally, it's been decided. It was such a tough night for you as well. But how does it feel to finally be crowned the champion of the Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown?
Oh, amazing. So pleased to grab the win. However, just got to say a big well done to Josh Rogers. He thoroughly deserved it as well. Some would argue more than me. He definitely, those 3 races, to win all 3, amazing job. It'll be a shame not to see him down there in a race car, but from a personal point of view, very happy to go to my home track. I've done a lot of laps down at Wakefield and have a bit of a steer of a race car and see how we go, try and get back to a national level.
First say as well, and first of all, congratulations too. I don't think I ever said that, but the opportunity for yourself here is one that you've been in similar situations before, but this one, is this the biggest prize or opportunity that's ever been presented to you as a sim racer?
I think so. As a prize, definitely the biggest prize. Obviously, the job's not done yet. There's still a lot more to go in terms of getting back in a race car properly, but to get the opportunity in this next step through Aussie Driver Search is certainly awesome. I've been very fortunate, and all the time I've done sim racing, I've had a lot of good sponsorship deals, good team around me, plenty of prizes over the last 10 years or so. It's been an amazing thing for me, amazing ride. I might be getting older, but it's good to see that I can still win some stuff occasionally. But no, very, very exciting. I can't wait to get down there.
You're in your 20s. You're not old. Let's not sugarcoat things. Okay,
compared to Rogers, definitely he's got quite a few years on me. So I'm sure his time will come. He's very, very competitive in sim racing. So I can't wait to see when Rogers jumps in a race car.
Reese, anything to ask Madison before we let him go?
Honestly, it's you did mention, Mad, that Wakefield, very familiar track to you. So you think obviously that you have the home advantage?
I think it certainly plays in my favour going to a track where I've done so many laps. I've driven a few different race cars down there over the years and done a lot of laps, done literally thousands of laps down there. So if there was ever a track that would suit me, Wakefield is definitely the one. But yeah, hopefully it all goes to plan and we can progress through that competition. But no, very excited, very excited.
Yes, indeed. With the second Sim Racing to Race Car prize that Madison Down has won, Jonathan, I hand it back to you.
Finally, Madison, I have to say, anybody you want to thank by the end of this event, because we haven't given you the opportunity for that.
Oh, look, big thanks to everyone at my team. They always support me through the race. Big thanks to my sponsor, Momo Australia, Fuel Auto Tech. Those guys are always on the car. It was cool to wheel out an old livery tonight as well, with them on the car. Great paint job. A lot of memories in that car for me. Big thanks to Aussie Driver Search for putting it on and SimSpeed for broadcasting it. Certainly a pretty big night in terms of a broadcast by the looks of it from the outside looking in. Big thanks to everyone we raced against. Everyone raced very cleanly considering there was no live stewarding. It was quite good, hard, clean racing tonight, especially with TTL in that last race. Those guys raced me very fairly, and obviously with Rogers leading, they could have done some shady things, but they didn't. They raced me fair the whole way. So, but yeah, big well done once again to Josh Rogers. I feel as though he definitely deserved to win the top prize. I wish both of us could go down there and have a run, and that's hopefully something Aussie Driver Search will consider. But in the end, yeah, I guess the points are points. But no, big well done to Josh Rogers.
So that is your overall winner of the 2018 Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown. Madison Down is your victor. Jake, I want to ask you something quickly. As someone who's been in Madison's position before, will you be getting into contact with him or even possibly offering some good advice from here on in?
I'm fortunate enough both Matt and I do a fair bit of on-track stuff, and we've both been to Wakefield a few times before, so I could show him my footage, but I'd be lying if I said he hasn't seen it already, and I've seen all of his already. So yeah, definitely I'll try and help him out. Would have been the same whether him or Rogers got it. I'm not experienced in all the cars, but if one of them jumps in an 86, I'll certainly be offering as much help as I can. Just got to give a huge shout out to Aussie Driver Search for putting this on. Whether you agreed with the result or not, I think it's really, really cool that they're investing in sim races, because there's clearly a lot of talent here. Whether Rogers or Mad won it, I think we're sending a seriously good candidate down to Wakefield on the December 12th.
And also thanks as well to Virtual Racing School, who provided us with some good fixed setups here today for the drivers to compete in, and a lot of other support behind the scenes too. Finally, Reese, before I let you go for today's event, congratulations to Madison Down, but commiserations for Josh Rogers, who I have to say is as talented as Madison said to also be worthy of the same opportunity. But then again, the point system is what it is, and Josh will end up fighting for it like he always does in every other competition he's been out there in the world.
Absolutely. I mean, the sheer form of Josh Rogers in this event really proves his class as a driver, and I definitely think there's a very bright future for him in sim racing and in real life motorsport as well. If another event like this comes up, Josh, definitely get on it, because I think that you definitely deserve this just as much as anyone. At the end of the day, the points are what the points are. Madison gets to go on, but Rogers, hopefully the story doesn't end here.
That is it for the 2018 Aussie Driver Search Sim-to-Supercar Showdown. What an event it's been. It's been such a big night. But we hope you enjoyed all the coverage today on the SimSpeed TV eSports Network, also broadcasted live on the iRacing eSports Network. Thank you to you viewers for joining us for today's broadcast. You have been brilliant, as always, of course, as well. Reese Gardner has been alongside me. We've also been joined by Jake Burton. Thanks as well to Jay Kennedy and Scott Fountain behind the scenes for their work in production. I'm Jonathan Simon on hand. This TV presentation broadcasted on the iRacing eSports Network. We say so long here from the commentary booth, and we hope you enjoyed this year's event with Madison Down, crowned champion for 2018.